Alright folks, how's it going? Now, I've been away for a wee while, a few weeks, and well now I'm back. So, just going to do a nice, just to get warmed up again, just do a nice wee simple sunset. Get some nice warm colours going today. Alright, so just going to start off by removing the white off the canvas, and what I have here is a 16 by 12 rectangle on extra fine cotton canvas with a bit of a hair in the middle of it there, right there. Oop. Right, so let's remove the white off this and we'll see where we are. Okay, let's get some, what do you call that again? Mineral spirits, some white spirits, some oxide red, some phthalo green to get a nice darkish tone down to begin with. Now put a drawing up here of an idea of what I'm going to have, where I want it. And this is just a thin wash that I'm putting up to begin the process. All right. Okay, now there's some hedgerows and distant trees here. They have just in here, nice hedgerows and distant trees. Like I say, it's been a while since I've been here to do this, so I'm just going to be playing with it for the time being. Right. So this is just going to be the initial wash that let them down here. Just the idea of it. And I'm staying away from the edges of my drawing. I'm not going right to the very edges of them because I can fill in the edges as I'm going along. I don't want to too much at this stage. And as I say, I'm just playing with it, nothing more. So let's get some darks in and around the edges of this water here. Okay. You can see something beginning to take shape already, pretty quickly. And this is just sculpting the initial shape of things on. I have in my mind today, I have a number of reference photos that I sat and looked at before I got up off my backside to come and paint it. Right, now again, not being very concerned with the edges, with the looks of it at the minute. I'm just playing around with it for now. So I'm going to put on a bit of a velvety sky here, orangey velvety. Just tell me a second. All right, now let's see. Let's get in some colors in here. Let me get some of this white in here. I'm going to be working on the sky for the time being. A little bit of red, a little bit of oxide red, and a little bit of yellow, just to lift it up a little bit. I don't want it turning green on me. Too much blue as well. I want it greyed, but not overly greyed either. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting there, bits at a time. All right, I think for the underpainting, I think that I'm there now. So a little bit of liquid in it, a little bit of spirits in it, and let's just work this in up in here to begin with. Okay. So give me some raw umber in this too. Just to bring it back a little touch. Now, you don't want too dark, but because it's the underpaint, I will be coming along and maybe a bit more warmer tone, maybe. Here we go. Now, just get in here. And this is going to be a wee house in here. It's the plan anyway. Whether that works out or not's another thing. We'll see as we're going along. Excuse me. Now, I'm coming out to the edge here. I want it a bit brighter, a bit more yellow, a bit of an orangey tone to it. Not too much. Trying to make sure that it's not grey, too grey. I want a nice colourful, saturated sky. Ish. Okay, so lots of white in it this time. Let me see, let me just bring this out to here. Probably a bit brighter than that. There we go. Maybe a bit more yellow too. Let me just... There we go. When you've been away from it for a while, I'm not saying that it's you can't get back into it. No, of course you can, very quickly as well. It's just that you do feel that it takes a while for your mind to settle down into it. That's all. Just your mind just needs to get back into the way of it. It's a bit too much. Okay. Just keeping it all soft for the time being. This is going to be quite an orangey, yellowy sky along this area here. I'm just keeping that where it is for now. Just having a little moment to myself. Okay, so let's get this yellow sky in. Softish brush. Orange to begin with. Nice deep orange too. Now this sky you see along here, whenever I get the yellow in and the rest of it in, it will begin to look violet. This is the way colors work. They can be very strange to people. They can be very strange to people. What the nice saying? They can be very strange to people. Oh, but you know what I mean. Okay, now. Just looking at it as I'm standing back here. Alright, just taking a little bit off the brush here. All I'm going to do is add a little bit of white and a little bit of yellow to this current mix. Oh, and my alarm is going. Just give me a second. Alright, now where was it? I'm mixing this sky here. Okay, so a nice yellowy sky. Some spirits, some liquid. Get it up in here. And then I, of course, will come along and soften this when the time is right. Nice and deep reds and deep oranges down in here. Okay, so let me see. Let me just have a wee look-see at this. I'm going to take a bit of a step back. I'm not sure that as part of the sky here is dark enough. It might be. I'm just going to. What I will do is I will soften it up and I'll see where it stands. Just need to get my wee brush here all. That's been sitting about for a couple of weeks and it has stiffened up somewhat, so I'm just wiping it on my hand here. Okay. Just softening this up a touch. And then I will wipe it off a little bit. Just on a bit of kitchen roll here. And then just get this all, trying to get all this working together. All right, now let me see. Now, is that dark enough? I'm going to take a little step back here and see. Yeah, it's okay for the time being. No, it'll be fine until I get the detail painting on the top of it. Right, okay, I'm gonna mess around with this little house over here. So that we have it. Let me see now. What color of roof should I put on this? I think that I will put on a little bit of a grey tin roof. So some blue there, and you can see this beginning already to come into a grey roof. There we go. Now make it a little bit purplish. Some red to it just to knock it back a bit. And then, I promised myself not to keep putting my brushes here. So, let's see now. I don't think I'll use that palette knife. No, I think I will use a different one if I can find where it is. Maybe this one here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here, just here. It's a bit dark. I'll lighten that up a touch. Okay, same again. So let's just get it here. There we go. There we go. And over here again. Just dragging this down into it. Creating that edge. All right, now just wipe this off and then create the base of the building just underneath here. I'll do that with a little bit of a black, a little bit of oxide red, and some liquid in it. A little bit of the roof color in it too, just to lighten it a touch. I don't want it to be a full dark silhouette in here. I want to be able to put some shapes and shadows into it. All right, okay. And that will do for the time being. I'm just wiping that off the palette knife. And now I just... Okay. What I think I will do is I will actually add some of this into this here. So I will. Just to get that blue. into the sky. That blue violet color. Now, that's far too dark for where I am. Well, it's only a bit as well. I'm not looking to do the whole sky like this. Just down in here and then slightly lightening it as I go along. And there we go. That should allow some of the sky to peek through as well at the same time. Let me see. There we go. All right, now let's get back to softening this up again. Gently, barely touching the canvas here, folks. Just taking the edge off, so that I can put a better edge on it whenever it has dried for me. There we go. Okay, that's a nice colourful sky we have there for the time being. I'll probably most likely darken that roof. Actually, you know what? I think I'll actually do it now. So I do. I think I will do it now, but I want to create a. Let me see. What am I trying to do, folks? Right. Let's create a darker roof here. See, this is the form of changing your mind all the time. There are real advantages. It depends on what type of artist you want to be, a type of painter you want to be. There are real advantages to not planning. It gives a real sense of freedom. It's actually quite a lovely sense of freedom, I must say. But then there are disadvantages to it, and this is one of them. That if you don't have a complete plan, you can get caught out on some things. But I also think that can be a wonderful side of it too. And that would be having to make it up as you go along, type of thing. Like you're in no rush to get it right at this stage, you know. You just want to play with it, so you do. That's all. Just making sure that I'm getting some of it right, you know. Yeah, you still have to get some of it right. If you're going to put a building on, you need to have a certain physical properties, or it doesn't look like a building. All right, for now. Now, right. Let's see where we are. Let's get in some water in here. Okay, so I want a nice red patch along here, like a proper bright red, which I'm just going to put in straight up, a tiny bit of yellow just to lighten it, but overall a real red tone here. A bit brighter. And that'll do for over here. I'll just carry it down here a bit, but I'll orange that up whenever I get the chance. So, okay, in fact, I'll take the chance now. I'll orange it up now. Okay. Remembering, folks, that this is merely the underpainting for the time being. Now, let me give a nice bluey green over here for water, a nice dark one too, and I'm almost added here with this color here, and it should be reflecting off this sky here. But I want it a bit greener than what maybe a bit darker than that. I think I've brightened that a bit too much. So a nice dark bluey green here. So some liquid, some spirits, just to help it move around a bit. And let me see. Now that's dark. That is indeed dark. So I will lay it down with some liquid and some spirits, and then I will come along and lighten it a little touch with the stuff that's here. See, this is using the sky. This is using the palette that I used up in the sky. This is using the same colorations and creates a good bit of harmony. Let me see. Nope, nope. Too bright for that close of a transition. So let me just, yeah, it's a bit better. And as we're coming along, I shall brighten it as I'm coming up here. I'm just getting progressively brighter as I'm heading towards the source of light here. You see now? There we go. Just working this in. Okay, now let me see this. Right, now what I need is a good softening brush, nice wee bit of a blender, and just get this part of it done first. Softening these edges. Trying not to mix it too much in and around the purest colors areas here, but you want it to maintain that saturation. But now as I'm moving in towards here, I want some blending to be happening here. And what I'm doing here is called stippling. And I'm just dabbing the brush. Not brushing it up and down and mixing it, just dabbing the brush, and it's carrying what I'm picking up over to another place and putting it down and picking it up and putting it down, and it's creates soft edges without ruining the stuff that you've put down. Now what I need to do over here is create a darker area over here to signify this embankment. There's already some dark down for it, but I want it a little bit darker. So let me see, let me take a step back here. Yep, now that's looking fine. So it is. So I want to just use my wee fan brush, get it all going in a direction and see what it looks like in that direction, and then maybe blend it a bit better. See, look at that now. That's a very saturated color, very saturated, and it's very saturated water. It has a nice tone to that indeed, so it does. Right, so let's put in the darker areas that I was talking about. Along here, some nice blacks and browns here. Nice and loose mix. Make it a wee bit cold as well, because everything around it is warm. So I'm just going to make it a bit cool. And I'm just about touching the edge of this water that I put down. And I will use a blending brush to get that to work. Just creating another little embankment there. So let me see. A little bit more. A little bit cool. And I'm using ultramarine blue here. And it has a cool, it's not as cold, it's not the coldest blue. It has a bit of warmth in it. Okay. Now, for now. There we go. Maybe bring this out of touch actually, but just a bit, just out to here. Okay. Now, all right. Okay. Now I'm actually going, instead of using the fan brush, I'm just going to use the brush that I was using initially, and just going to drag it down into it, as you can see that. Just drag it down. That's good for the time being. And this will help soften it a touch. There we go. All right, now I'm almost done for the underpainting here. I just want to bring this out a bit more. I think that could do with coming out a bit more there. This area here, create a bit of an embankment coming out a touch. All right. I hope you can see the intent there. Okay. Now I'm wondering, should I put in? I think I will. I think I'll just continue to mess about here for a little bit. I'm just going to put on some more of this area here, up and around the tree here. I want a cool silhouette here, just nice and gently for the time being. Just get this in. And then, sometimes I prefer to scumble this in, you know, and I'm thinking about maybe I should do that now. I know I should stop and maybe just scumble it in. I like the idea of scumbling it. For me, I much prefer to do it. I just don't know why. I think it's just, I used to do an awful lot of what do you call it, alla prima painting. Just doing it in the one sitting and then moving on. And then I moved away from doing it that way because I realised I have plenty of time, so I may as well use my time. A little bit of warmth in it there. I put a little bit of cadmium red in it because the light source is directly above this. I'm just going to keep it warm. But let me see about this. No, I think I'm going to scumble this on rather than do it this way. I feel for myself I have more control over it this way, over it that way. And the same down here, I'm just marking for it, just in there. Alright, and then a couple of trees up in here. But I need to work on this house part of it first. So, I needed to make a decision on the roof of the house. What to do about it. And you know what, I think I'll make that decision some other time. I'll just let that be for now. And now I have my base down. There you go, folks. Well, for you it'll just be a second. For me it'll probably be a day or two, maybe even more. Anyway, I'll see you all soon enough. And bye for now. want to put out too much paint today. What I have out already has been sitting there for a few days and it's created a dry skin. And I don't want to waste any more. And I'm sorry, folks. I just realised that the mic was in my pocket, so I'm sure you might have missed most of that. Anyway. Right, well, we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to create this here. A bit of a deeper orange. And then just be a little bit of liquid in it just to move it around a touch. And let me just see where I am here. I don't want to be too... I want to make sure that yeah, it's a bit saturated, that a little bit of the grey in it here. Let me just see here. It's a bit better. This is just coming in here, just the light breaking through. Don't too much. These types of little highlights are nice if they're not overused, but if they're overused, they become overused, I suppose. Right, so let's continue scumbling this sky in here. Just a bit brighter than not. A bit brighter. Yeah, it's a bit better, but still a bit brighter. I'm not trying to completely cover up the underpainting here. Just wanting to leave a good bit of it behind, so that it looks textured. A little bit of yellow in it as I'm moving away from the center. Okay, I'm just taking a step back. I'm going to use a different brush here. I'm going to use a bit of a cleaner brush. Now I want to get this in here. Okay, a little bit of yellow in it. All right. No, that's a bit better. As I'm moving away from that center light, I just want it to fade into a yellow. Okay. Now, that's a bit too white, so I'm just going to pure yellow it almost. There we go. There we go. That's creating a nice gradient there. And I will orange it up in certain areas soon enough. Okay, now let me just have a wee look. Right, now I'm going to work a little bit of this in with my finger. I'm making sure I have a clean finger here. Just want to work it in. Yeah, don't have any clean fingers. There we go. Right, now the same with this over here. Just working this in. Let's create, let's fill in this cloud area here. Let's see now, is this too dark? It's a bit dark, yes it is, a bit dark. It's a bit better. Yeah, a little bit of red in it. Because we're at right at the very edge where the light's hitting it. I think I have put a bit too much red in that. Pinked it up a bit too much. But I can still use it for the edges. Okay, that's okay now. I can come down in here and just create that sense of light breaking into the clouds. Alright, now let's just mess around with this a touch here. This is a dry brush that I'm using here because my fingers aren't clean. I'm just going to work this in. And I'm not being careful with it. Too careful at this stage. Just want to create that texture. There we go. Right. Now let's get back to the initial clouds here, or the initial light coming into the clouds it was doing. Let me see. Bit more saturated than that. Bit more orange. Now I want a good strong orange down at the base of it here. Just in here. Oh, let me I'm going to take a little bit off the brush and scumble this in. There we go. A little bit more than that. Just work that in. Yeah, like I say, I've been taking a bit of time off recently. I'm just feeling a wee bit trying to produce for YouTube. It can be a bit of a burnout at times. Or at least that feeling of it anyway. Right, so let's get the these clouds established along here. No, not happy with that. No, just use the orange that I have down here and just grey it out a little bit with that violet. Okay. Now it needs to be a bit brighter. And just use the white to brighten it. right, now we're establishing that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little walk back and see where I am here. Aye, all right. Still a fair amount of work to do, but I'm getting there with this guy. Let it dry before I put the main light source in it. Okay. I think what I'll do now is I'll just begin working on the grass here. Okay. So a nice grey orange here for the grass. A little bit of blue in it just to help green it out a touch. Right. Well, I think that might be a bit too saturated. I'll just knock it back with a little bit of raw umber. Now I want to establish this line here, right across here. Okay, so I don't mind there being a number of planes here, if that's what develops. See, this is the thing about reference photos. Reference photos tie you to what's there. So as much as I do use them, I just leave them sitting there. And then I occasionally come back and look at them, and so I do use reference photos quite a lot actually. I keep saying that, but I don't stick to them. I use them, but a better way to put it would be that I don't stick to reference photos. Not all the time. I mean, commissions, of course, people want things done their way, so you do it that way. So I get a little bit of a green here, just going in front of the barn here, but a bit darker. Dark green blue. Just establish this in here for now. Now, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to work a little bit on the bushes going up into the clouds here while it's still a little bit wet along here, and maybe the same over here, depending on whether I could be bothered or not. There is that as well. Okay. Now, how to do this? I'm going to use somewhat of a real scumble, a real dry scumble on this. And let's get us a nice dark yet warm thin mix here. This is kind of a dryish brush. I'm just going to be testing this here. You know what, I think that is all but perfect. Maybe a bit warmer, maybe. And you see the way that the dry brush in this acts as a bit of a blender and scumbler at the same time. You're just working it in in both directions, up into the sky and down into the existing bushes along here. Nothing special about this brush, it's just a flat brush that has been well used. Nothing special, it's a little bit soft on it and that helps with it, but like I say, nothing special about it. Now it's creating those lovely soft edges that you get in this type of landscape, and that nice soft edges off in the distance with lots of breaks in it. Okay, now I'm going to soften it even more with a little bit of a blending brush here. Just misting that up a touch. There we go. Excuse me. Okay, now I'm just going to check to see what I have here. So let's put in some things here. Now, let me see, a little bit of blue. I want this to be a good purple. A nice warm purple breaking through the trees here. So, again, same process, only this time a little bit more gentler. A little bit more breaking up here and there and creating a shape. Now I think that that's a bit too dark for my purposes, so let's lighten it up a touch. I'm taking a lot of it off the brush here and just and you see now it gives it that sense of the tree spreading out a little bit. I'll come along, I'll put in some branches here and there just to help sell that effect. All right, now what do I think of this? It's okay so far now. Right, so I think I'll just put in a preliminary branch here and there just to let me see what I think of it. What I think of the overall tone and shape and whatnot, and I'm just a bit darker maybe. I want to be a bit more careful than what I'm being here, so just establishing this. I think I'll create a few holes in between these trunks here just to create some distance, as if something's going on behind this here. Okay, I'll do that with some cotton buds. All right. Cotton buds and a little bit of spirits. Okay. Just a bit now. Just putting it down onto it. Now you won't see much of a difference for the minute, for the time being, but it'll start to scrape up in a second whenever I turn the thing around and create a... There we go. Just lifting some of that paint off. Creating that distance in between the branches and the trunks. Okay. Alright, get back to this dry brush, and I'm going to take most of it off here. It's almost clean, and then I'm just going to soften that into it. There we go. Now that's a little trick for you to create spaces between trunks. Now I'm just going to paint in some trunks here to help sell that effect. I don't want it too dark at the same time, but I do need to establish that, so I do. Okay. Now, let's just take a lot of this off again with this brush. There we go. Right. Now I'm going to just work on this one here. Pretty much the same thing, only a slightly different color. I want more red in it over on this side here. I want it established as a bit warm over here. All right, let me just making sure that I'm not too much on the brush. Just spreading this about is all I'm doing. Creating that haze. Now, a little bit of a darker, warmer glaze down at the bottom here. Gently working that in. Remember, I'm on extra fine cotton canvas here, so if I push too hard, it will start lifting it off the canvas. So just being gentle with it, you know, that's all. I just want the wee house to be covered up somewhat, you know, like it's being buried in amongst all these trees and all this life. Okay. Now where's that other brush? There we go. Establish this about here. Just establish a nice, reasonably thick trunk here. And then as we get up further, it just thins out. Now this brush is losing its edge. It's fine for now. It's fine to put down the underpainting, as it were. Creates a lot of little gaps here and there, which is kind of cool. It's a cool effect. Right, so it's established. Just bring it down a little bit more, down into this type of embankment thing here. Okay, that brings it forward. As you can see, that brings it forward a good bit. I'm going to put another one here, just right in front of this, a smaller one off in the distance. Right in front of the barn here. I'm not going to completely finish this tree here in case I want to do further work on the barn. I'm just going to establish it. Okay, a little bit of a thicker trunk, I think. Just coming down here and just slightly widening as we come down. For now, anyway. That's it. Hidden off in the thing. Now, I'm really not happy with this here. I think I've gone a bit too far with how thick those trunks are. So, I'm going to remove what's there. A little bit. Now, where's the... Just using the cotton bud again to take off that black paint that I had put down. Or that darkened paint. Just removing it a little bit. Yeah. Just not happy with it at all, folks. So, if you're not happy with it, the joy of painting is in just re-establishing it. Take it off, re-establish it. You're not happy with that? Take that off and re-establish it. It is the beauty of it, actually. It's actually a wonderful thing for that. It teaches you that mistakes are not definite. Mistakes are not forever. You know, and I think that's a brilliant lesson in anything. It allows you to just realize, oh, I can fix this. And then hopefully, without trying to sound too douchey and philosophical, hopefully you carry that lesson on through a lot of other things that you're doing. I think it's brilliant for that, actually. Now, it is a bit bright, so let's just re-establish some of that. Here and there, just covering a little bit of it up. Okay, and then one more little pull off, and so far that's okay. I think I'll just for the time being I'll just leave that. So I will, let me see now, I just got some sort of text message or something. I'm not sure what I got there. Let me see, right. Anyway. Now I want along here, because of the light shine, I'm going to brighten this a touch. Why is, as I say, there's a main light source to go in along here, and I'm keeping that in mind. as I'm doing this. And just wanting it to be nice and have a nice rough look about it. All right. Now, the way this, yes, I know how to fix this. I'm just not happy with this roof here. It looks as if it's drooping down, only because I haven't filled it in with some of the tree coming over it is all. There we go now. Now it looks as if it's being hidden, being buried in that tree. Okay. Here I come to say the day. So let me see, there's still a fair bit of work to do. I think when the time comes, I will work a little bit more on that and darken it down a little bit, a bit more of a silhouette. But I think that'll do for now. I will be back shortly enough. Bye for now. Alright folks, back for another little jaunt. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to darken this barn down a little bit. Mess around with these front grasses, just for the time being. And I'll work on the scat at a later date maybe. Anyway, let's begin. Let's darken this barn down just a touch. I think it's a bit too in your face there, it's a bit too bright. So, just some black. And a little bit of oxide red just to warm it up. And we're going to see what this looks like with a glaze first. Now a bit thinner than that maybe. Some liquid. Let me see. And this glaze will leave behind a lot of the texture that I have put down already. Maybe a bit darker still. Let me see. There we go. I think that's a bit better. To my eye, that's a bit better. Just blend that in there. Over that tree. Try not to go up into the sky here. And this way of doing it here will also help it fit in a bit more, I think. I'm going to put this on and then I'm going to be wiping it off to some degree. Let's go down the sides here. And you see, doing it this way leaves behind a lot of what you've already done. It's kind of a cool way to just tint your work without actually ruining it. There we go, that's darkened it down a touch. Now, let me just have a wee look here. Yeah, I think there's a few things left to do on it here. A little bit of cooler colors around the edges, some blues. Down in here, getting this door in. Just trying to maintain the contrast between the cold and the warmth. Now I'm just going to remove this on purpose. I want a bit of light on that side of it there. Now, let me just see here. I'm going to work this in. All right, I think I'm going to take a moment and leave that for the time being. Right, now. Let us begin on the grasses along here. I want to fix up this area and along here, so let's do such a thing. You see where we are? It's a bit too... Is it okay? Maybe too saturated. I'll blue it out a little bit, tiny little blue in it. I'll grey that a touch. A little bit of liquid. Just wipe it off here, but there's not too much on the brush. And just putting this in here and I don't know, I'm sure I've said it before, but I think there are real advantages and real disadvantages to just doing it off the top of your head. Even though I look at reference photos, a lot of it is still off the top of my head. I don't stick tightly to them. And the disadvantage sometimes is that you're kind of making it up as you go along. Not kind of, you are making it up as you go along. And it's a challenge, but it's one of those very satisfying challenges that whenever it pays off, it can be very satisfying. Not always successful though. Okay, now beginning to develop something here. So let's see what we're like down here. Get some green going. Just the gray green. Down along here. The front. Ish, just along here. Frontish. So let's just try not to cover up too much of what's been laid down. Oops, it did not mean to go down in there. It was a slip of the brush. Doing it this way leaves a lot of the underpainting behind. Or leaves some of it, not a lot of it, some of it behind. Okay. Now, I want a good red tinge at the front here of just some grasses. All right. I'll bring this out a little bit as well here on this side. So let's do that then. Let me see here. And this gray green going on here. Just right. You just take this back a bit here. It's already pretty dry. Alright. Now let me see where I am. Right. So I'm just going to double this in. I want the effects of lots of little things going on here. So I'm just going to stipple, dopple, or however you want to put it. Stipple and dopple this in. A nice red saturated grass down here. None of those dead grasses that you get. It can be quite nice at times. Anyway, I'm going to use a fan brush to do this. Or, no, I'm not that keen on the fan brushes. I'm just going to use a really rough brush here. Let's see. Now, just go in the direction that you want to go in. Bringing it down in here. Messing it around over here. Now, I want to get it darkened down in here. A nice red, a nice dark grassy red just down in here. Let me see now. It's coming along rightly, I think. Sometimes it just takes a little bit more than what you would think. And I honestly don't know what I'm saying here. I'll do this with a dry brush here. So I'll blend that in a nice rough way. And there we go. Now, and the same over here. Just want to get this nice and roughly put in for now. And before I go any further and ruin it, I think I'm gonna call it a day here. I've only been doing it for about 10 minutes, but I just don't seem to have the energy for it today. So I'm just gonna walk away from it. Now there's a tip for you. Actually, folks, there's a real tip for you. Sometimes you can push through depending on it, but there are other times when you just need to walk away. And I think that this is it. I'll see you all again soon enough. Bye for now. Okay, folks. I'm gonna head back into this one now. I haven't been at this one for quite a few weeks, nearly 6 or 7 weeks, and so it's completely and fully dry. Right, so I'm gonna work on this guy here, scumbling and messing around, just see where we are. I want to fix up this barn and the trees and around here and kind of get the top area almost finished and then move down into this area. I'll see what I get done today. Right, so a lot of this will be scumbling, and scumbling is merely just a thin layer of paint is all it is. Simple as that, actually. There really isn't much more of an explanation for it. You can glaze, you can scumble. This will be a combination of glazing and scumbling. So it will actually, yes. a combination of glazing and scumbling. Let me see. No, it needs to be whiter than that. Let me just remove an awful lot of this. It's just a thin layer, and I'm just like, I suppose the way you could look at it is that I'm scraping it on. Now, I don't know how much you will see of this, see the difference of it. But overall, if you take a quick jump back, you'll see that there is a brightness happening. Okay, I just want to just shaping these clouds with the later part of this. Now I'm going to glaze this area in and around here, so I'm going to add, I don't want to move too far ahead of myself here first. Let's just get this area in here done. And then I'll go in and shape the clouds. Nice and gently. Just brightening that area up at the top to create a little bit more light coming in. Now, going to add a little bit of liquid here just to create a bit of a glaziness to help shape these clouds a little bit. Just in here, bringing a bit of light into them. Oh. Not too much. A little bit of lightness up in here as well. Okay, now let me take a step back and just see where we are here. Now I want to soften this bond along here. Yeah, okay. A bit of a slightly different brush. Again, just cheap brushes, nothing special about them. So I want to create an orange up in here and create an orangey glaze. I'll do that with my red and my yellow here. I probably will have to put out a little bit more of each, but we'll see. Oh, I hope you didn't hear that. That was my stomach. Anyway. Anyway, that's a bit too orange. So let's come in here now with a bit more yellow and a bit of white and glaze this on. A bit more white. I'll take a little bit off of it, off the brush, just a little bit. Well, you see, that's kind of creating more of a gradient in here. I'm happy enough with this now. Bring that up into the top here. As I say, it's creating more of a gradient here. All right, now a little bit of yellow actually, just to get it in here, create that. And I think I'm going to put out some yellow here. All right, so just a little bit now. There we go, right across in here. Just coloring, just toning this sky. That's all I'm doing, just toning it up a bit. And a little bit more white just in here to help create that gradient. Help keep that gradient there. All right. Now, hopefully you can see it now. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, not happy with that. So let's get some more white in there. Just use pure white this time, no liquid or anything. I just, because it's already wet, it will blend easy enough. And there's already liquid on here, so it will help dry it. There we go. Right, now I want a bit of a light breaking through this area here. So let's do such a thing then. A nice wee flat brush would do me, but I'm not sure I can find one. No. Ah, I'll try it. I mean, I'll try it. So a little bit of a yellow here, a little bit of orange in it, and then a good bit of white, just to get this contrast going here. A little bit of liquid. Okay, now let's see. Just down in here. All right, okay. Now we get the sense that some light is breaking through clouds here. Hopefully we do anyway. That's the main purpose here at the minute. Right. Having some brighter spots as well here and there, you know. My stomach is. I hope you can't hear that. That's. Oh dear, oh dear. Anyway. Alright, I just want to take a moment to see here. Okay. Now let's go for a nice, really bright yellow in certain areas. Just up in here and see if I can get this to work for myself. Yep, there we go. A little bit brighter. Now I want to soften some of that as well. Okay. So to soften that, I'll just use, if I can find it, there we go, my little trusty softener. There we go. Now, all right. I think I will make it a little bit brighter when the time comes, but for now I'm going to work on these trees here. So a bit of a darkish color here. Let's get some, it'll be more of a reddish darky color here, that kind of the purplish that we have going on there. Okay, so a good amount of red on it, but I don't want it to be too cold at the. I want it to be cold at the base, sorry, and kind of slightly warmer as I'm getting further on up. I want to cover a good bit of this barn. So let me see here. It is appearing darker because, well, this is all very wet, and probably because it is a touch darker. But it'll give a bit of life to the base of these trees here. Just covering this up. I need it to be a little bit more violet in certain areas. Cool violet. Okay, that's a good one there. There we go. I'm just gonna use my finger to work this in here. Now you can see that the barn is being pushed back a bit and behind these trees here. And I'm going to lower the plane of the tree here, just to bring it in front of this barn. There we go. Now, that is work with this here. Let me just mess around a little bit with the edges of this, working this in a touch. A little bit on the cloth itself, just work it in. You see, all I'm doing is using what I already have, and it's on the edge of the cloth here. And I'm just shaping these trees a little bit with what I've already got. Alright, now let me see. Now I'm not too happy with it. I don't think that it's pushing the barn back far enough. I'll maybe lift the base of the barn up to push it back a bit, but no, I think I need to make it a little bit darker in certain areas here. So get a little bit of lamp black on this here and just, yeah, just hide this a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit better. Now I'm going to use a, what do you call these, cotton buds here, just to remove all I do is pull the tip of this off a little bit, and there's a little bit of cotton left behind, cotton wool left behind, but okay. It gives us a sense of tree there now, in the middle of it. But what I want to do, where is my, I just want to create more tree trunks. Just up in here, just a nice thick one here. There now. Alright, so I'm going to do the same again on the other side of this barn, just to knock the edge of this in here. As I say, when I start to work on this grass, I'm going to lift the base of the barn up a bit, and that'll help push it back a touch. There we go. Alright. That should help a bit. So it should help a bit of hiding that barn, as if it has some overgrowth and it's being stuck in the, everything's growing around it. Okay, so I'm going to work on this one here. Now, where's my, where did I, there we go. Okay. I don't want this to be too dark, so I'm going to thin it out a good bit and see what it looks like, and then and work from there. All right. So far, eh? So far, so far. A little bit of black. Oh, I'll put a little bit of oxide red in it too, and give it the sense that that warm light is shining through it. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I'm happier with that now. We're getting somewhere with this right now, so we are. So just cross them over. That's one thing that people don't do, is that they create these branches, but they don't realize the branches cross through each other and around each other, and they paint them as if they're separate from the tree rather than being a part of the tree. And I myself at times am guilty of such a thing. Alright, now I'm going to do this one over here, just nice and gently, just a small one here. A little bit more liquid, a little bit of darkness in it. Let me see. Oh, that's too much. I don't like that at all. Do not like that at all. Okay. Easy fix. Just wipe it off. Nothing special about the fix. You just simply wipe it off. Okay. Now, back to it. I've got a wee fly flying around here. Well, on your way. All right. Now I just want to mess around with this base a little bit here, because it's I want to bring it forward a touch. I want to shape this into a slightly flat. No, that should bring that forward a good bit. There we go. Alright, I'm just giving myself some thought here. See where we are. I just want this to be affecting this. So I'm going to be having a wee rummage around just to see where I am with colors and tones. I think this may be a bit bright. Okay, now that's the, well, that gives you the impression that this is the light effect in this immediate area here. Okay, now I want to come over to this area here, so a bit darker, a bit grayer, a bit colder. Because the light isn't directly over it, so it's got some shadows, and that creates a cooler area. Now, let me see. It's okay, it's a bit too bright. Let me see here. And my idea is to lift this barn up a touch, just to push it back a bit. And I think that is what I have done. Pushed it back a touch. And I think I'm going to lift this embankment up just a bit. A bit of coolness. Let me see now. I just want to bring this up a touch here. Yeah. And give this will help with the perspective a bit, so it'll make this area of the land look more narrow, as if you're slightly lower down. Let me see. There we go. Now it is. You know what? It's fine. I think sometimes I can be a bit too critical, but I think maybe it's a bit uneven. So I'll just lift it up a bit over here. When I say it's not very level, is what I mean by uneven. Okay, let me see. That's a bit better. Right. Just having a wee think and a wee thunk. So I'm going to put in some fencing here, a little bit of fences. Okay, so get me where's my small round brush? Can't find it. But I suppose I need a new one anyway. Okay. Now lots of little posts along here. I have a small fence going along here, folks. Probably should have started at this side because I'm left-handed. This is just adding a little bit of detail, give it a little bit of actual life to the field here. Okay, now let me see. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There it is. Just looking for a little bit of. Okay, so nice and gently. Try not to be too I don't want to be too, this is all in the distance and I don't want to be too fine with it. You're going to have broken parts and whatnot, and it's an old fence. It's off in the distance, so a lot of it is going to be broken and whatnot, or at least that's how you're going to see it, how you're going to view it. Okay, now just removing this part here. Ah, come on, get off. There we go. A little bit of light here and there. Is that too much? I think it might be a bit too much. Just a little bit of light. Okay, a little bit more in an area here. Okay, let's just. Now I'm taking, if you can see what I'm doing here, I'm scraping a bit of this off and then I'm wiping it off here and leaving a little bead of it there, just a small bead, to do the sides of the posts here. I don't need to do all of them. Just need to give the sense that the light's hitting it there. Okay, right, let me just fix certain parts of this up. Just continue to work on it until I'm happy with this area of it first. So let me just. They really, see these palette knives? They really should make them so they don't shine. The light shining directly on it and you can't see what you're doing. Right, for now, that's fine. So let's see now, let's put on some more here. Some yellow, some blue. I want to create a cool green. I'm just using the light here to grey it out a touch. Now let me see how bright that is. Yeah. Okay, let's plan now. Now I want this to be quite a distinct look here. That this is definitely the embankment behind it. Okay, a little bit. Now just to change up things a little bit, just put a little bit of color in it here and there. Just, you know, fields are all not the same. Okay. And the barn is well hidden. I maybe darken it a bit further, but I don't think so, but we'll see. I'm not quite made up my mind on it yet. Right, well, for now, that'll do. I'll be back. I'm going to go and have a wee coffee and I'll see you soon enough. Alright, folks, let's back and tackle this one up a little bit here. So let's see, what to work on. I think I'll work on sorting this area out here a little bit for now. Okay, so This is a couple of hours later from the last time you saw me here. Right, let me see. It is a bit tacky here, but it's still a bit wet. Let's get a few things established here. Now the stuff that's on the pallet here is a bit. It's a bit dried up, but work with what we've got. Now I'm going to work on this area here, so I'm going to bring this bit of land further on up and to close off this gap a touch. I'm going to make it a bit of a bluey green, or more of a grey green, I should say. All right, let's see now. So let's bring this up a touch. No. Just trying to create a nice wee bit of inlet there, a wee bit of inlet around here, and then one around this side as well, where the water is just making its way in. Right. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to establish this red part of the the water here. Okay, I'm just playing with it for the time being. Right, so let's get the red going. And this is quite an old red here. I probably should put out fresh stuff, but I don't like wasting paint, and I think if it's good enough, I will use it. I'm really not that keen on wasting paint at all. Now it needs to be a bit more orange than that. So that's if you ever see me doing that, that's all I'm doing there is I'm just testing, putting it down and testing it. Listen, I'm not really making any proper commitments to it at that stage. Just putting it down, testing the tone and testing the color, but mainly the tone. Now I'll need to darken up the edges here somewhat in some areas. Okay. Now, and I will work on that now. So I will. Just using cheap brushes here. Again, I think I got these off Amazon. I don't know. Very, very cheap. I'm not even sure if I can read the name of them. Rock Ninja or something. No point for me, the way I paint, of getting very expensive brushes for landscape, unless I'm doing proper refined stuff, and the details on top are sometimes you'd use a more refined brush. Right, anyway, enough chitter chatter. Let's darken these the edges of these embankments here. Help create some shape here. Let's see. There you see now. That helps bring it in a bit, having creating little inlets here and there. Okay. Just taking my time with this one. Not in any real rush with it. Okay. All right. Now, now you can see the shape of that. That really does help with the embankment. What I'm going to do with that red area, I'm going to lighten it a wee bit. I think it's a bit too red, so I'm going to orange it up a bit. Just put a thin coat of glaze on it, just to lighten this area here a touch. Let me see. Right, no, that's fine. That looks okay. Try not to contaminate it with the stuff that I have down. Just slightly covering it over. Keeping some of it. I don't want to completely cover it all, but just keeping some of it. A nice dark red. So it's not going to be a complete cover up. Okay. I'm going to work. I think I'm happy enough with. No, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to lighten this area up down here. So, just a bit. And again, it's going to be more of a glaze, that orangey glaze, just to lighten that out. And it's going to be. Well, I'm going to test it first. I'm not going to make any promises at this stage. I just want to see here. I think maybe a bit brighter than that still. This is a highly saturated painting. The the sun is coming down. That's creating some very deep and warm colors. That's the intent anyway. Just gently come into here. I don't want to ruin this. I just want to, I'm going to use a fair bit of liquid here just to thin this out a touch. I don't want to be going into here. I don't want to be ruining it too much. Just a gentle scumble, and I'll use my finger to bring this together here. Okay. Now maybe, let me have a look at that. No, I'm not too happy with that. So I'm going to go with a light, maybe a light orange here. Let me see. Yeah, something like that, light. All right, not too far from it now. Okay. Probably a bit brighter than that. Okay. Nice and gently. Just messing around. Scumbling and playing and scumbling and playing. That's all that's happening here. Now I want to use my finger, my little finger, but it's all yellowed out. So I'm just going to play here. There we go. all in the one direction. To give that sense of water here. Now I'm going to really thin this out, put a fair amount of liquid on it. In fact, so much so I need a little bit more. My liquid bottle is leaking. Okay, it's leaking at the bottom, so I think I'm just going to turn it upside down, hope for the best. Right. Now, what was I going to do there, folks? I got a bit lost with that liquid in there. What was I going to do? Yeah, okay. It's going to... This is me working this in now. Making sure that, trying to get a soft gradient between what I have down here. Just working it in. Nice and gently. Now what I want to do here is create a bit of light down here. Oops. I'm just going to use a pure white here, and I'm just going to use it to blend in what's already wet down here. Okay, I'll just soften that in. It'll help whiten it a bit. Or brighten it a bit, I should say. I don't mind that little streak across there. Help with the look of the water. But I would like it a bit brighter. I will say I would like it a touch brighter. I might end up having to scumble this one in. So I might letting it dry and then putting it in a bit of a brighter color. Let me see what that's like. Once I do a little bit of dipping and dabbing. Nice and gently, softening it up, and then I'll just come down. All right. That's not bad. Now I wanna put this in now while some of it is there. This is from earlier, and it should be still wet enough to create a stain, but I'm beginning to I'm beginning to think that that's not the case. No. Okay. No. Now all I'm doing here is simple. Just scumbling this one on because this is relatively dry up here. So I'm going to remove an awful lot off the brush. A good bit off it, and this is already dry up here. So I'm just going to... This is the reflections of the trees up here. Yeah, it needs to be a bit more purple than what I have there. There we go. Let me see this now. All right, you can see that okay. Right, now. I just want to mess around with this here. Okay. Now, I'm getting ourselves some movement here. I'll be moving into the details soon enough on this, creating a bit of light up in here, and then creating some light in the water, and then fixing the details along the embankment here. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll work with on this embankment here while I have some colors on the palette. Let me see. Too bright, probably a touch too bright. Not too bad though. Let me see here. Just want this now, just it is not right for the time being. A little bit darker. A little bit darker here. Let me see now. Right, okay, so just going to roll this down into the water here to give it that idea of randomness. I like this rolling effect of brushes. I think it can create a fair bit of randomness in where nature is, you know. Not all the time. I mean, you need some refinement here and there at times. But it helps keep the abstract for me anyway. Now I'm just going to randomize this up in here a little bit. Bum 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 ba da bum. That should help. Just having a wee look at this now. Okay. And it's deserved of some highlights when the time comes. No. Let's get some darkness in down around here. With just some as if it's what do you call it? Blades of grass here. So nice and warm as we're heading into this water here. Oops, it is a little bit of darkness to contrast that light. So let me see here. You see? Just bringing this in now. I just want to take a little bit up over here. Nice and random. There we go. Okay. Now, let's work on this part of it here. Let's just get this finished, this area finished here, as best as I can at least. Good green here, nice brightish green as it were comparatively, compared to everything else that's down. It's still going to be a grey green, but compared to what's down, it'll be a nice green. Just mixing it in, just blending it in with what's above there. Trying not to completely remove the background work here. Okay, I'm just letting that be there, just excuse me. Okay, so I'm going to, just for my own sake here, I'm just going to put in some of the water reflections. I want to see where I am with it here. No. All right. Let's see. Now this canvas is a bit loose. So it is. I think I'll use the other knife. It's more broken. It gives it more of a random look. Yeah, I much prefer this one for this type of work. Okay, as I say, folks, I haven't been on for a while. I've been away from painting for about 5 or 6 weeks. Just think you go through phases, you know, like anything else. But I have to say that's the longest phase I've gone through in a while. You come back refreshed, you know, ready to go again. Hopefully, that's the goal anyway. All right, now all I'm doing this for is to give me some markings for whenever I come back, because I want to put some more light in and around here, especially this light here, down in here. I like that. That's a nice effect, I think. Just scraping that on. To me, it gives a very realistic effect here. And then coming across the brighter area, it looks dark. And then look, the same one, coming across the darker area, it looks bright. Okay. Now, what I think I'm going to do with this is I'm going to let this one dry and then come in and just start laying in most of the detail. It's nearly finished, but I do want to put in more reflections. I think actually, before I go, I think I'll put a little bit more in here and there. Just along here, just as a reminder. That's what I want. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit better. I don't want to touch here too much. As I say, I'm going to be working on that area. Just playing for the minute, folks. Just seeing what I've got and just playing with it. Right, okay, I'll see you all again soon enough. Okay, folks, right. Now back to this one. Now what I'm going to do here is just going to add some detail in, and then I'll be finished with it. I want to fix up the barn here, and then a few ticks and flicks in here and there. Just the detail side of things. I want to darken this tree a little bit. It probably would be better, this is dry, it would probably be better putting a coat of liquid on it. I think I will do that actually, and it won't be liquid. I'll put on this this Galkide here. Hopefully you can see that. I'll put a little bit on the palette here and just brush it on. Not much, well, it's probably more than I need, but I'm just going to brush this on with a nice Softies brush. And all I want to do, and then I'll wipe most of it off. But and all this will do, see, this is very dry. This has been a few weeks since I've been working on it. And this will help lift the darks so I can judge better the tone of things. Look at that. See where that's brought that up a bit? Hopefully you can see that. So I'm going to be putting this on pretty, I wouldn't say very thick, but thicker than probably a should. And then I'm going to be wiping it off, mostly off. I'll just leave a thin residue of it behind. All I want to do is cover this, and that helps darken those darks for me. Just taking this, what I have on the palette here, and just spreading it around, and it will also give me a nice slick surface to work on. Look at the way that makes that pop. Hopefully the camera can pick up on that. Now, as I say, I am going to be putting on, I'm going to be wiping most of this off, just leaving that residue behind. Right, I'll just get this in some. And let me see what I am doing. Now, I don't want to be wiping so hard that I take off anything off the canvas. I am wiping it and trying to take a good lot of that off, but I don't want to really wipe so hard that I remove paint off the canvas, which is easy to do, you know, easier than you think. So there's a certain level of being careful with this. Okay, and that will do. Now because of this, I'm just going to be using a lot of small brushes. This is all the little ticks and flicks. There's nothing special about these brushes. You don't really, just small liner brushes and rigger brushes and stuff, and a small flat. Alright, so, and all this it will be for is to create. Oh, I want to work on that. I forgot about that. Right, I want to create a bit of a better roof on this. So I'm going to go for a nice purple, like a tile roof. Okay. Right. So coolish, nice and cold roof against the hot sky. A velvety cold grey. Now it's obviously too velvet, so I'm gonna be really knocking this back. And that lamp black will really bring it down. A little bit of red in it. And let me see now. Now I don't normally use Galcade anymore, but I only used it here today because it's nice and thin and it can create that. It can create that nice thin layer on it. So let me see. I think that's too bright. Yeah, it's not so bad, you know. It really isn't. A little bit more blue in it. A little bit more black. So I'm going to have to use my rest here, my maul stick as it were, and just mess around with this. I'm not going to be too, I want it to look as if there's lots of holes in it, like that the barn roof is well beaten. And I'm just changing up the colors here and there, just so that it's not all the same. Nice right across the top and down there, just making that just that little bit rough, bringing it all the way down and creating the rougher sides and the rougher edges. And then I'll come in with some pure black in a moment or two to create the holes in it. Very nice that wee light of line down the side there. And the same here. Nice and rough, folks. This is a beat up old barn. That's all, just a well beaten barn that's seen way better days. Right, now let me see. Now, I want this tree coming into it here, so I'm going to take a bit of it off. Here, just rolling this around, just creating that broken edge. All right, well, I'm almost there. I'm almost happy with this, believe it or not. I hope you're not getting the sound of that cloth here. So I'm just going to put in almost pure black here. I want to mix it a little bit with what I've got down. And all I'm doing here is just creating some holes in it. See, just a little bit. You don't want to overdo that. Now, I want to just finish this tree coming through it here. And there we go. Yes. Okay. Now, I'm happy with that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to work on putting a little bit more texture in this area here. So, glazes. So darks mostly, is to create the textures, the little hills and the things in it, and yeah, maybe a touch darker, just a touch darker. Okay, so let me see. No, that's too dark now. And all this is just creating all that texture you see in these little grass fields. That's all. Just little moments of light bouncing in and creating shadows. Okay, now I'm going to do the same, only this time with a lighter, slightly lighter touch to it. Now, I don't want to be too saturated, but I want to add a little bit of sky to it. Okay, so let me see here. Now you see me putting that layer of Galcade down really helps this flow a bit better whenever it's so dry like this. And all I'm doing here is those dark patches that I put down, I'm staying away from them. I'm just going above them and in and around them. I'm not going over them. And that will create the idea of 3 dimensions. So you'll have the light, the light part of the dimension, the darker part of the dimension, and then the middle tone. And that should help create some texture in here. Little bits, little ticks, just all sells the illusion that there's something else going on, that there's more to it than what you see. Hopefully that's what it does. Now let me see. I'm happy with this. Going well, I would say. Okay, now. Let me see now. Now just a bit of a different, just a bit of a different color, maybe just to help change it up a touch. A little bit of red in it. And that green there, here, this green will help knock this red back a bit. So it will. See now, just playing with it here. This will help, as I say, it'll help sell the illusion of it all. Okay. Now I'm just going to put in some little slithers of grass, just making them come in and out. So this is a thin mix, quite thin actually. More a very like ink consistency type thing. Let me see now where we are here. I just want to check on this. There we go. As I say, hopefully you can see this on camera. You should be able to though. That should help a little bit. Now, I want to come over to this side here and do pretty much the same thing, only different shades and different colors and whatnot. Just creating, trying to keep the idea that this is all one busy landscape. Not busy, what's the word I'm looking for? Textured landscape. Now, let's see here if I can get this to come down and over for me like so. See that? Look at that. Just creating the idea of that grass coming down here. Breaking it up a little bit as well. And you got that overreach, that overhanging grass. Now, let's get some white. I want to put the idea of reeds in it. just here. Not too much, and just being cautious of it, you know. Is that too bright? As I say, it's more the idea of it. I will knock that back whenever I get the chance. Okay. Right. Let's knock that back a touch. Just with a dry brush, just. Still maintaining the texture and just pulling that back a bit. Okay. Right. So a bit of a darker area up in here. Just bringing this, getting more texture up in this part of it here. I don't want it too dark, but there are certain areas that are in landscapes that the light just isn't getting to. So some of that can be quite dark. Now the sun, the light is shining directly down into this area, so I'm going to just lighten it just a touch, just a little bit of yellow on, not orange. Make it a thin mix, a little bit of white, nice and thin, just to brighten it just a touch, just to slightly differentiate it from the grass around it. This is being glazed on, so I will be coming along in a moment or two and wiping some of it off. See that now? That just brightens it a little bit. And now I'm going to take a good bit of it off. And as you see, that leaves the residue behind. It makes it a little bit brighter. Right. Now, I think I'm all but done. What I need to do is put in a lot of little bits of grass in it here and there, and then have the light shining in the water, and put a few more flecks in that. And that should kind of do it, I think. Put a little good bit more grass here. Now, it's going to be silhouetted, a lot of it's going to be silhouetted against the water here. So I'm just going to play with this to begin with, just to see where I am. Oh yeah, that's nice, that's good. And then what I do up here, I will do down here to some degree. I don't have to completely copy it, but I'll bring some of it down. There we go. Just let this come up and out here. Oh, needs to be a bit thinner. Let me see now, a little bit here. Too much. Let me take a little bit of that off. And see how easily that's removed. So there's no, this is to show you as well, there's no real need for panic. Yeah, just take it off. Start again. Now this is giving it a nice scraggledy, wild look, hopefully anyway. Hopefully is my intent. A scraggledy, wild look there. Right, I'm just thinking now, folks, just taking a moment. I'm going to glaze this a little bit more yellow. just a touch more yellow. There's pure yellow there, a little bit of liquid, and I think I'm just going to glaze this on and then wipe it off. Yeah, a little bit thinner than that, I think. As I say, a lot of this is coming off. That yellow really does make a difference here, I think. Actually, I will use a cotton bud to do it. More control at this stage. Look at that, isn't that nice? And we'll leave some of that residue behind as well. All right, now I'm wondering. I think I'll make it a little bit more yellow up in here, just fading up in here. It looks like the light is coming out behind a cloud, maybe. Let's see what it looks like. I can always wipe it off. Just taking that up. Now I'm going to be spreading this out. Any more too? Okay, so let me see. Right, dry brush, folks. This is a dry brush here. And just spreading the edges of it. There we go, there we go. The light's coming up in behind it now. Now a little bit of a darker orangey look here. Just give me that sense that this is coming from behind the cloud here. Is that too dark? I don't think so, not at the minute. Cloud going on here. It is a bit too dark, yes. I'll lighten it a little bit with a little bit of cadmium and a little bit of titanium, just to help bring it back a bit from being too dark. I'll put a little bit of pink in it, a little bit of red, and it'll help as well. Let me see. Okay. Just spreading this about to create a cloud-like option here. Hopefully you can see what I'm trying to do there. I think I have it, but I'm not too sure. I'll need a moment away from this to see what it looks like. What I think I'll do is I'll slightly brighten this area up. Am I going to mess around with this so much? I'm going to rack it. Right, a little bit of liquid, a little bit of white, and a little bit of liquid to pull it back a bit. And let me see, just up in here. It's okay at the minute. And that should, I'm okay. Before I get carried away, I'm going to call that for the time being. Now I'm just going to match it a little bit here. And I'm not going to be, this is not going to be a perfect match. It's just going to be some light shining here. Just the idea that this is reflecting. Let me see. Maybe over a bit more. Actually, I think I'll take some of that off. Should have been more careful there, folks. Should have taken my time and been a little bit more careful. Feel like I'm in a bit of a rush today. I don't know why. I've nothing to do. I think it's just one of those days where you feel, well, you're roused. But anyway, straight down here. So this is where it kind of should have been. Okay. Now that Galcade has already tacked up quite a bit actually. It's very sticky on the canvas and I'm okay with that. It helps really pull the paint off. I'm fine with that. So I think I'm all but done here, except I just want to make sure I get in some nice reflections, lighter reflections than what I have down here, or not reflections, sorry, ripples here. Okay, so lighter ones than, as I say, than what I have down. And then that kind of should be it for this one. But where's my other little knife? The little broken knife, as it were. There it is. Okay. Creates a nice little broken, oh, look at that. That's lovely. I think the tone is right on this so far. Obviously, as I'm coming along, I will have to change the tone, maybe make it, so come down here, maybe make it a bit brighter. Or no, sorry, darker as I'm coming down. Maybe a bit brighter at the tip here. Okay, now. A little bit more along here. And I feel like I want to call it a day at the minute, but I'm not sure if I've got enough reflections on this. And I don't want to keep going to the degree where I end up putting on too much, which is such an easy thing to do. Easy to get carried away. Right, let me see here. All right, so let me see. I think one or two much brighter, and then that'll do me. So I'm just going to wipe off this brush and create a fair bit brighter one. Actually, I'll pull that over to here. A little bit of yellow to it. A little bit more white. Some liquid. And then that will be it. Messed up a little bit here, so I will just work around it. Okay, now, so I'm just going to, this one here, a little bit too much on it, so I'm just going to spread it out a bit. There we go. Alright now, alright folks, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a little step back here, and I'll take you with me and see what I think of it. Let me just say I need to change my glasses, so I does. Alright. Now I'm about, I don't know, about 10 feet away from it maybe. It's okay, nice and warm. Nice warm day. With a bit of a broken barn up there in the corner. And very reflective waters, warm water. Yeah, happy with that, folks. Right, well, I suppose I'll see you in the next one. If you could, watch a few of the videos, just stick them on in the background, let them play. It helps with the algorithm and whatnot, and all of that like and subscribe stuff. Anyway, all the best, folks, and I'll see you again soon. Bye for now. Right, well, hello folks. Back again for another one. Now, I forgot to put out my liquid here. So, I will put it out now. Now, excuse the noise. I'll try and keep this away from the mic, but it's a bit noisy. Right, so, that's just a little top of a bottle. One of those caps. And I just add some hamburger paper, that greaseproof paper. It just saves me always having to look for tops of bottles or jars. And then I just put a little bit of liquid out. Now I normally use the liquid whenever I'm using white. I'm going to begin on the sky first and maybe work on the water next. And then I'll fill in the rest. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin. So here we have, this is a 12 by 12 on an extra fine cotton canvas, and it's been pinned to a corkboard. The black area you see is the corkboard covered with just a black cloth for video recording purposes. I have edged it with masking tape, and now I'm ready to begin. I want to put in a greyish, bluish, cloudy sky. Okay. So let's begin with the sky part of it here. So now we get the blues going. A little bit of the black. And this far too much. Right, need to wipe some of that off. Don't want too much contaminating what I've put down. Okay, so just the lightest of coverings for the time being. Now, a little bit of cadmium red in it also. Probably a bit bluer. And the greyness, a little bit of mineral spirits. And a little bit of liquid, and let me see. What do I think of that? A little bit brighter, but too dark. Let me see, a little bit bluer. And a little bit redder. I think I'm okay with this now. So, a little bit more mineral spirits just to loosen it up. A little bit of liquid to help it dry faster. Let me see now, just up in here. Boppity boom, boppity boom, boppity boom. And I'm going to have the base of the cloud just along here-ish. Somewhere along there. Okay. Nice and rough. Just don't fill it all in completely. You'll be coming in with some later stuff in a moment. Okay. And let me see. Right, let's get some white into that, a little bit more red. A bit of a lighter. And then coming in here, just helps create textures. Very important that textures are in your painting. Helps create interest, as it were. All right, okay. And I want to put a little bit of a darker one in, just in certain areas. Dancing that around, there we go. And I will leave that for the time being. So what I'll do is I will put in the whiter part of the sky. A little bit of oxide red. I mean, just the touches of it, barely noticeable amount. In fact, I even have too much of it there. I do. A little bit of red as well. Cadmium red. Alright, that should do it. Now, plenty of liquid here. We can help it move around a touch. Just up in here. Now, staying away from the edges. I don't want to contaminate it quite just yet, so I don't. Not quite there at the minute for contamination of it. Let me see, just along here, create a nice little horizon on the cloud, as it were, and then that's just break into this cloud here in certain areas. There we go. Alrighty, I'll brighten that up when the time comes. I think the camera's fine. Camera's okay for the time being. Now, same color, just this, we're going to create a little bit of a cloud up off in the distance here, just along here. Too dark, a little bit brighter than that. Just along here, there'll be a tree, a line of trees at the back there, and the sun is coming out, so it's brightening the room a little bit. Now I'm going to put the water in. Now, same brushes I was using before, when you want things darker now. A little bit darker, a little bit warmer. Now the paint that I have on my palette here has been sitting there for a few days, so it's a bit dry. So it isn't. I probably should have scraped it off, but I don't like wasting paint. Let me see what that's like. That's nice and dark. Okay, so a little bit of liquid, a little bit of mineral spirits, help it move. Okay, now this is going to be a relatively soft gradient as I move up. Relatively soft. I still want some texture in it, but not too much. Okay. Now I have to try and remember to reflect the clouds a little bit here. So I'm just going to be, should have drawn it in actually, but just going to be cognizant of the reflection. And do you know what I have got, folks? I have got the wrong glasses on. That's what I have got. Alright, so let's just play this here and then I'll go and change my glasses. Alright. I was wondering why I couldn't see anything. There we go. Ah, oh, there's a paint in front of me. Oh, I can see again. All right, okay. Now let's place in this sky, this cloud, keeping it a little bit warmer than I have there. Oh, come on. Too much, too much. There we go. All of this can be scumbled on later. As long as you get the base coat down, as long as you're happy with that base coat. You should be fine. And dancing it around, not being afraid to dance this brush all over the place. And all that dancing creates a nice abstract form of nice abstract textures. Okay, right. So now I'm going to put in the further tree line here. Now, what should I use? I think I'll use a filbert here. So what we have in the back is a very dull green, is a very greyed out green. Now, I'm just going to use what's on the palette. And let me see what else. A little bit of black in it. Tiniest bit of raw umber. Helps grey out almost everything. A little bit of the blue, cerulean blue, just for coolness purposes. And where am I with that? I think I might be there. Let me see, let me just play here. A little bit darker. And then let's just put it in. And I can mess around with it. Is that too dark? No, I think I'm okay. I'll come along later and darken it if I believe that it's too dark. I stay away from the edges. Oh, need a little bit of mineral spirits in it just to help it move a bit better. Probably need to create more paint, more of the paint actually. Sometimes I'm a bit stingy with the paint. You know. But I don't like wasting things, as it were. All right. And then, just to get it in, just to place it in now, put in some darker blues along here and there. And that'll do for the underpainting, at least for now. Okay. Now, I wish to work on the trees. All right. Going to start on the main tree first and establish my overall darkest dark here. Now I'll put a little bit of phthalo green out today because, and I think I'm going to have to put out some more blue. Oh, my phone is going off. I shall be back in a sec. Okay, I think I'm going to put out a few more colors here. A little bit of, I think I'll just begin with the ultramarine blue. I think everything is kind of okay at the minute. All right, a little bit of ultramarine blue. Now, nice dark green here. A little bit of blue in it as well. Tiniest bit of oxide red, just to knock the saturation out of it a touch. With green being, with red being the opposite of green. Now, straight along, let me see, where do I want this to be? I think that's about down about here-ish. All right. Just dancing that about. As you're coming up, staying away from the edges just for the very time being. I don't want too much cross-contamination at the moment. When this dries, it'll dry quite light and matte. So I'll be going over this again Now, I'm coming up to the area of where it went to put in, of messing around with the edges here. Okay, so I'll actually make up a bit of color before I move on, so to have something to work with. All right, now here we go, up into here. Just see the way that, well, forgot, put a little bit of yellow in it for the little bit of yellow, a little bit of red, just for the edges of it here. All right, okay, just dancing that around, not being afraid of it. No, okay. And for the time being, that will do. Now I want to work on the other ones over here, on this side here. And something in me eye. Give me a second, folks. Anyway, right. Now they are slightly back. They are slightly back. So I'm going to just lighten them with a bit of the sky color. But you probably won't be able to pick it up on camera. The difference, but you will be able to see it in real life. There is a difference. I promise, I promise, I promise. Okay, again, trying to stay away from the edge. Now this tree here is slightly behind this tree, so it again is going to have a slightly lighter, just slightly, a bit of a tone, barely noticeable. But as you see the two sitting together, it is a difference. Now I'm going to just get a filbert brush and dance around the edges with this a little bit. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Just messing these edges up a touch, and not being afraid of them. Now I'm going to be working. I've just gotten a little tiniest bit of cadmium yellow on the already brush. I'm just going to establish an edge here between these two trees, and that will do for the time being. Now I'm looking at this grass is here off in the distance. It's going to be a raw umber grass. So I do raw umber. And cadmium yellow. Raw umber and cadmium yellow. Tiniest bit of blue in it. And tiniest bit of oxide red. Just the tiniest bit. And I've taken too much, but there we go. Alrighty, now let's establish this back horizon here. And I believe that it should be a touch brighter than that. A little bit of sky in it as well. If you can see it, I'm just using what's already on the palette. Alright, now as I'm coming forward, generally actually it is a pretty well established rule in that sense. Get it a bit more warmer, a bit more saturated as I'm coming forward. But I'm just going to lay this down now as a slight underpainting. And the same up in here, though this is quite forward in the painting. And I will just be going over this almost entirely over it. Alright, okay. Now, let's add the phthalo green here. Let's add this colour to here. Only brighten it up and saturate it with some cadmium yellow. Oops, too much of a little lumpy bit in it. I don't want that. Alright, now a little bit of ultramarine blue. This will be dark, so I'm going for dark here. I want these edges to be pretty darkened as well. Probably even darker than that still. Just along the top here. Just. Okay. A little bit of spirits in it just to help it move. Now let me just check here what I'm doing. Now I'm trying at the minute not to touch the paint here along here. I don't want it entirely no, I don't want it contaminated just yet, so I don't. So in the same here, this is the reflection of this here. So just going to be laying it down. Laying it down. Now I want a little bit of warmth in it down at the base here. Just along here, a little tiniest bit of warmth. And this will allow me to come in later and sculpt in all different styles. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Just turn the music up and watch. Anyway. Using all the wrong words, folks. Okay, right. Now, I think I'm going to have to force myself to put out some cadmium yellow. Now, in this paint, there's a myriad of greens, and greens can be tricky. They genuinely can be tricky, depending on what you're after. But there's such many different ways to mix greens, and tones of greens, and saturation of greens. Probably the same as any other color, I suppose. But they can be difficult to get it to look somewhat natural. So. A little bit of white in this. So let's just see what we can establish here among us. Alright, okay, now, as I say, I'm coming up into this a little bit. Just trying to create that dull grey up in the distance that you get, you know, that what I'm talking about. Dancing this around, just dancing it about. Trying to keep and create textures. Right over here, bumpity bum. Just trying not to, trying not to create too much of a smooth area. Just dancing about with slightly different tones, slightly different colors. Always going back to the palette, just messing about a bit. All right. Now, hopefully you can see. Now, I just want a few inlets coming in from just for my own purposes here. Just as something different, you know. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Now, let me establish another little thingy-majig just here. There we go. Let's work on this side. Now, pretty much the same grain because we're near enough level here. So it's going to be, but I do want a lot of variance. So just lots of different types here. Just bumpity bump bump, bump 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 bump. Trying not to be too cautious. Just being aware of your tones and your saturations as you move forward. Technically you'd be moving down the painting, but visually you're moving forward, you're moving towards the viewer. So let's just keep it at that for the time being. Now what I want to do is to establish these reflections here. Nice dark reflections here. A little bit of warmth in them. So I'm going to put in some oxide red, a little bit of blue. Right, now what's going to happen here is it's going to mix. As I'm coming to, in fact, what I might do is I will wipe some of it off, because I want this to basically come down to the corner. I'll use my other hand. Have it more of a slight gradient there, in that sense, as in an angled sense. Okay, so let's see now. Now almost there as far as, and then let's just gently create the leaves or the grasses that are going to be there. All right, okay, now we've got some movement there, now we've got something going. Now, let's add some green here, just help establish an angle going on along here. Small one, small angle, nothing too big. All right, okay. Now, I want to mess around with these edges. I'm going to do this with a filbert. Just mess around with these edges. Just gently softening them. Probably a bit darker than that. A little bit warmer. And I do want the edges to be a bit brighter than the center of it. But for now, let's just mess around with the edges. So let me see what is happening to me. Okay, bit brighter down in here. Just creating that gap there that you see in the non-reflected one. Again, just keeping it all nice and abstract. Now, dry brush. That's all this is. Dry brush. Just barely touching it. Just creating that downward motion to give the idea of the reflection. And when the time comes, I shall come along and darken the areas along here. Okay. Now, how do I feel about letting that be as an underpaint? And I think I'm okay with it. Let me just establish this boyo up here. And dum-ba-da-bum. I'm unsure. Right now, let me see. I want these clouds to go off the painting. Just a bit here and there. Nothing too much. So I have a slate over here. I don't want to get it too contaminated, but that'll do for the time being. Just use what's here and bring it up into it here. That's somewhat sharp edges on it whenever the time comes. I am happy enough, I think. I am happy enough with the this here, with this part of the clouds. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to gently take a smoother to it. just, you still see the texture. I'm just taking the edges off it just a touch. So I am. Just a touch. All right, okay, feeling a bit better about that. I think that'll do for the time being. It is no, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Let me see, where is my other brush? So now that I've got the blue out, I'm just going to establish the blues in here. Now I'm going to take a whole lot off this brush, not entirely clean it, but taking a good bit off it and then spreading that around. It gives a nice cool impression. All right, a bit of a distance there. Now, as for the I'm just thinking, folks. Let me see. I think I want to bring this in a bit here, just for to get a nice turn over here. So when you're looking, you're coming up like so. All right, I'm going to do that. In which case, I need to reflect these trees into it. So that'll be a bit of a darker tone in there, somewhat. Just about to there. All right, and then bring up, bring this in just a touch. There we go. How's that now? Yeah. I think that's fine. Now there is also something that I want to put in here, and I want a bit of a broken brush for this one. And these are good wee brushes, the expensive ones. Rosemary & Co. Series 279. So, I'm going to have this here. Probably a bit too bright, but too not bright. I mean, what's too saturated. Right, okay, along here. Now, I'm going to be, I'm just establishing this for now. And this will be the grasses. Tiniest bit of liquid in it, or mineral spirits in it. Okay, now we have something there to work with. Right, I think that will do for the time being, folks. Lots of textures. Lots of sharp and soft edges here and there, wherever it is required, and then I'll come back. Now this is still, you have to remember, this is just the underpainting. So I'll come back and finish it off when it's dried. Most likely tomorrow, or for me it could be in 3 weeks. But anyway, see you all soon enough. Bye for now. Okay, folks. Now, back to this one. Right, I want to start up in this area, and I want to create some slightly sharper edges in this. Now, there's two ways I could do this. I could come in with the cloud color, or I could come in with the whiter sky color. I'm going to come in with the whiter sky color and cut into the tree a little bit and cut into the clouds a little bit. Okay, so just a small brush, a small flat brush is what I'm after. A wee bit of dancing about here. So let's see now, let's get ourselves rightly set up here. Is the lights all on, everything. Oh, change of glasses. Got to do that. In fact, I think I'll maybe clean them there a bit. They are a bit misty. Right. Okay, so we can get ourselves this and see what comes of it. Just a touch of oxide red. That's all. Just a small amount. A little bit of yellow in it. There we go. Oh, I forgot to put out some liquid, folks. Just give me a little memento. Right. Put out a little bit of liquid. There we go. Well, tiniest bit of cadmium red, and just enough to make it glow a little bit, or with a little bit of pinkiness in it. Okay, there we go. So, let's get into the center of this. Alright, that's very close to the original color and tone. That's very good. Okay, I'll cover this up. Just staying away from the edges for the moment. I will cut in and create the edges in a second. Just covering what I have here. Okay. Now let's begin cutting. Hold on. Not quite yet. Let me just create this area over here. That's nice. Alright. And let me see. Right, so now I'm going to start cutting into the clouds and whatnot. I still will, by the way, I still will bring in some cloud into it as well. Cloud color into it as well. So let's just dance it around here, folks, right across the edges here. A little bit of a deeper color at the base here, just along here. Look at that. All right. Now, I really don't want to do too much more here. Maybe you cut this across, just dance it a little bit along here. And then up in here. See the way that creates those sharper edges? I think maybe, just for compositional purposes, just open this up a little bit more here. Yeah, okay. Now, obviously I'll have to do the same here, but because this is in the water, it'll be a touch softer than what's up here. And I'll tackle that in a moment. And I'll tackle this just while I have it in my mind. Just this bit of the water here. And that's that reflection, this reflection here. And I'll just take a bit of that off. Okay. Right, so now I want to work on the tree here. Cut a little bit into the tree. And here. Just. And here. And just bringing it in. A little bit darker. Tiniest bit darker. Because it's being filtered through the leaves. So it's going to have a darkness to it. Now I will be coming in with edge of the tree color. So I'm not going to be too careful with this, just creating edges for myself, just to see. As I say, this will all be, a lot of that will be covered up, as it were. Right, now let me see, where are we? Right, I think I will bring in some of the tree color, just to get myself a bit established here. So, a little bit of yellow, a little tiniest bit of blue, just to create a nice, I want a cool blue as well, a little bit of that cerulean. Now it's a bit too much, and just knock it back a bit with the oxide red. That'll help grey it out a touch. So let me see where we are here. Right, okay, I need more. I'm being stingy with the paint again. I need to be able to move the paint. I'm just being a bit stingy. A little bit of raw umber, just to knock that saturation out of it a little bit. So let me see. Let me see how colorful this is. All right, coming up into the sky here. I don't want it to be too bright, and I'm just very cognizant of how bright this is. Trying to make sure and maintain those sharper edges. Okay, now I'm going to scumble it on so that it looks, I'm going to, from this point backward here, I'm going to scumble it on so it looks as if it's a bit of a gradient. This area needs darkened as well, and a bit more scumbled into it. So I'm just going to take a little bit off the brush and just gently mess around here. And I'm leaving these cracked bits here, these bits here that show a little bit of the canvas underneath. I'm going to leave that there. All right, now what I will do is I will darken the base of this here. So a nice dark, warmish, because the sky is cold. I'll make it a little bit warm, make the base of this just a touch warm in temperature. So let's see. That's nice. Yes, just get this covered, and I'm scumbling it on, just really pushing that into the canvas there. Dance that about, folks. Dance that about. Now, let's come in again with the other one. Just give me this. Okay, so with this other color, and just create a gradient here, a slight gradient moving into the center of the tree. Okay, now, oh, somebody's at the door. Only be a second. Right, okay, now, I want to cool some leaves in here, a nice cool blue, or sorry, a nice cool green, a little bit of phthalo, tiniest bit of yellow, and some black. I want it to be quite dark, barely noticeable, just probably a bit more noticeable than not. Kind of, if you're going to see it, you have to see it, isn't that right? Okay, a little bit of white also helps cool it as well. A little bit of liquid to help it move. Now let me see. Yeah. Now you're not really going to see this. You might, but well, it's going to be hard for you to see. It's very close to the tone of this here, but it is noticeable. I promise you it is. Right, okay. Now, back to the sky. Cutting into this a little bit of back and forward today. Just cut in a little bit, and then here a little touch, and just here. Now I'm going to create some, let me just see this here, a little bit more in here. All right, okay. Now, I want to get a small brush out, just to create some holes, some tree holes here. And I'm using what's down already is slightly wet. So this will be mixing with it and darkening it on the canvas rather than darkening it on the palette. And then whenever you put the first dab down, it'll most likely be quite bright, and that's okay. And I will soften it in a moment or two. It'll just be a gentle softening. And I don't want to do too much, but I want a couple of big bright ones. It's very obvious. Like so. Just one sitting right there. Okay. I just want to put in a little bit of a tree trunk. Try not to be too bright with it. And just check here. I think that's fine. Okay. Now, it's already wet, so it is blending with what's down, and that's good. That will do. And a little branch off here, and maybe one up along here. Now, a little bit brighter, just down to one side of it. Just along here. Barely noticeable. It still helps create that sense of three dimensions. All right. I'm going to work on this back row of trees here. A little bit of a filbert. That's all, just a filbert brush. And this is a short filbert, and it's a Georgian from Daler-Rowney, size 6. So we're in the back here. So blue greens, cool blue greens. I'll put some sky in them as well. So let me see. A good grey. A little bit of red helps grey it out. A little bit more sky, tiniest bit brighter. Okay, now let me see. I'll just play around with this for the time being. Probably a bit more misty is what I'm after. That's a bit better. Yeah, feeling a bit better about that now. Okay, so now I'm just creating some distant shapes here. And a little bit down here, and then I'll just come along with the dark blue and just finish that part, this part of the painting off. So a little bit of dark blue here, with a bit of mist in it as well, but certainly blue. me see that. Okay. I don't like this. See this area up here? I'm going to get the sky color made up, or the cloud color made up, and fix. Oops, it is. And fix that up. Right. Okay. So a nice grey violet here, and a little bit of the brown to it, a little bit of the raw umber, really knocks the saturation out of it. Okay, so let me see, that's too dark. Too dark, too dark, too dark. And this is just at the edges of this here. Still too dark. Just, yeah, that's better. Exactly the tone and color that I'm after. Right, now that takes a bit of practice, folks. This exactly covers it here. Right, so let me just see here. Just playing, don't, as I said, I'm not that keen on the way that finished. There. I can come up into this, create those sharper edges. Let me have a wee look at that. I think I'm okay with that. Don't like the way it ends just abruptly here at the cloud. I want to make it look as if it's, or at the tree, sorry. I want to make it look as if it's going in behind the tree. Okay, just for a little bit of shape here. And might as well just create more sharp shapes along here. All right, so let me have a wee look at that. Yes. Good for now, good for now. And I'm having a wee look at this tree at the edges of it. I want some soft edges and I want some sharper edges. But what I definitely want is to cover this part here up. A bit of canvas showing through. Don't want that. Why would you want that? There we go. Right. So let's continue to work on this set of trees over here. So again, nice darkish green. Grey green too, by the way. Grey and cool. Let me see, I think that's a bit too saturated. I need a bit more of it. Oh, that's a very vibrant green. Let's knock that back a touch. And a bit more umber in it. A little bit of black, a little bit of ultramarine blue. Just having a wee look at for myself here. That's okay. Sorry, maybe a bit more red. Yeah, okay. All right. Now, a good blue up in the corner of this here. Definitely a strong bluish. Cool as well. A little bit of the sky in it. along here. Create that darkness in there. Probably a bit darker than that, maybe. A little bit of black in it. In that dark blue. Okay. Now let me see this. Okay, now let's work. I might as well do this here before I start working on the highlights. Might as well just slightly more forward than this one, so slightly more saturated. Maybe, yeah, I think that's fine. Slightly more saturated. But only just, folks, only just. Alright, now I want to put on the highlights at the edges here. It probably needs to be a bit brighter than this. Yeah, I think it does. I think it needs to be a touch brighter. Too bright. Okay now, just dancing that brush around, folks, creating those edges. Those abstract edges, I will say. Right, now a little bit more yellow for this one, slightly more saturated. Let me see now, let me see. Just mess this up a bit, folks. Just mess around with it. Racking the edges of it. Let me have a wee look at that. Now, what do I think of that? What do I think of that? At the minute, I'm not too pleased with it. Well, I'm not too far away from it, though, to be honest. I think it just needs a bit more blue, just to separate. I'm just going to work this in, just to separate these two. Just going to use this directly on the palette here. Let me see. A little bit of that cloud colour, just along here. Keeping it cool, folks. Keeping it cool. Right, okay. I'm just going to leave that for the time being. No, I'm not. Do as I say, not as I do. Isn't that right, folks? Oh, goodness me. I don't know about other artists, but there are times when you come across something and it gives you more hassle than you think it should. You know, I mean, it's just a small bunch of trees in the corner here, and it's given me a bit of hassle, more than I believe that it should be giving me. I felt I should have finished this a couple of minutes ago. Anywho's, let's see with what I can do with what I have here. Okay. Funny that, isn't it? Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better now. I'm moving on to feeling a bit better with this one. And then just here, having a little bit of an outgrowth here on this one. And up along the top, making it a little bit brighter. Just a touch barely noticeable. And now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave that as is, and I'll come back and have a wee look at it at a later date. So let's continue to work in this area here. Let's just create this distant landscape, distant grasses here. And we'll see. Now, not too sharp of an edge. Yeah, probably a bit brighter than that though. A bit more orange, a bit more red in it. Help grey that green out a touch. And put in some of the sky, just to brighten this a little bit. A wee bit more saturation as we're coming down, and I'm just scraping this onto what's there, so it will leave a little bit of that underpainting popping through as I'm just scraping it, no more. I want the base of this to be soft. We're off in the distance. Don't want to see any detail along there. Now, let's get ourselves a slightly saturated green. Slightly more saturated than this. And start laying this down. Now let me see what it's like here. Is that bright enough? I think it is. I think it is bright enough, but only just a little bit brighter. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And just dancing this brush around, leaving a lot of that underpainting behind. This is going to leave a lot of texture. A little bit darker up in the back here. Okay. So let me see now. Just resting my hand on my hand, like so, because the bottom of this painting is dry. So it gives a wee bit of a bit stabilizing effect. Okay, now I want a different approach here, so I do, and here as well. Just let me bring this out just to see what it looks like. Okay, yes. So I'm going to get the fan brush out. I want to try something. I want a smallish fan brush, if I have one. I'm not sure if I have one. Give me a second. I'm just going to hit the pause button here. Yes, I found one. So I'm going to put in a little bit of a red grass in here. Just in there, just as a, just for the sake of variety too, folks. That's important. Variety in these paintings is important. I'm going to take a good lot off this because all I'm doing is just putting this in here. Now let me see, that's a bit too in your face, I think. So let's really knock it back a bit. Let's create a grey green for underneath that. Let me see, just in here. And then I'm just going to drag this up into here. Look at that. Right, now a bit of a darker patch underneath it, just to sell the idea that it's just sitting here. Is that too dark? I don't... No, it's not too dark. Not quite yet. A little bit of blue in it. That's good. Just creating a shape here is all I'm after. And you see, this is why I'm not that keen on foam brushes. For me, I'm not that keen on using them. Right, okay. So I'll use something else here. Right, okay. That's alright. So what is happy with that? Just leave it for the time being. A little bit of phthalo green in this. Okay, and then just creating that, just hiding that a little bit, just the base of that, just a touch. Alright, just pop, creating all that different texture over here, of which I will need to put in slightly darker grasses, just slightly darker areas here. Just dancing, oh, a little bit of errant hair on the brush. So some blue and raw umber, just to darken that green down. And again, just dancing this around. Creating all that texture. Now I do think maybe I would like it a bit brighter. Bit brighter. Just staying away from the dark areas that I just placed down there. Okay, right, all right. Bit of a slightly larger round brush here, and this is a Da Vinci size 4. That's all that is. So, a bit of a darker area here. This is the moving into the water, not quite, just at these reeds here. There's going to be some reeds there, so slightly warm. A little bit of liquid. And let me see now, just creating this, the sense of reeds along here, and I don't want to cover this up, as it were. I just want some reeds, that's all I'm after, just in here. The sense of these reeds. Okay, all right. And we have a reeded area here. Now I'm going to add some color to this, some bright reds actually. Excuse me. I think I'll wash this brush. I think I'll use the same brush. I'm just going to wash it off here. So let's get ourselves a good reddy orange, mostly red. And the oxide red in it too. Just darken it down a touch. Now let's see here. we can get ourselves in some nice reds just along this embankment here. Okay, and then maybe I'll have a few more down in here when the time comes. It'll just remind me to put it in. In fact, you know what, I'll work on this one now. So, moving forward here into this one. Now, bit of a cool green to here, just the you know, it's kind of being the shade of this, so it will. So that'll cool it just a touch, so it will. Using the edges of the brush here just to create grasses, scraping it up into this. Okay, and let's get the darker area on again. Back to the Da Vinci brush. Yeah, this is just a game of balance here now, folks. That's all that's happening. A bit darker around the base here. And then dragging that down into it. This is a little outcrop of grass there. Now, I've just seen something that I would like to change. I want this to be more obvious of a transition. Just dance that brush around, folks. There we go. A little bit brighter there. Yes, that's a bit better. Happy, much happier with that now. Okay, so let me see here. You know, I'm not happy with this. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to slightly darken this area down a bit so I can play with it a wee bit more. These reflections need sorted out anyway, so this does no harm here. All right. Right, okay. So now I will use the little fan brush again. Let me just see here. Yeah, okay, look at that. Isn't that better? Creates a nice little area there. So I want that red again. I'm just going to play with it a little bit here, just boom, 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 and then boom, boom, boom. All right, okay. This is just being a bit refined here is all. Right, okay. Now, what I think I'll do, what time, okay. I think I'll take a break here, folks. And I'll be back when, just to continue this one. And I'll see you all very, 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 very soon. Well, hello, folks. Right, now I'm just having a wee check around things. I had to do a bit of a shift in here and there for something. But anyway, right. Now, back to this one. So I'm going to slightly brighten this, scumble a little bit of a a brighter area in here, and that should leave a nice warm rim around this light. So it should. Okay, so that's where I'm beginning. Oh, changing my glasses. Going to change my glasses. All right. Now, let's just brighten this a touch. So, some white. I'll shift this up a bit here. Okay, some white. Now, a touch of yellow. Just the touches of yellow. And then some liquid there. And taking a good bit off the brush. Okay, nice and gentle. In and around the tree here. But not going towards the edges. Going to work that in with my finger a little bit. Now you can't see that on the camera, yes. So just a little dibs and dabs, at least for now. Dibs and dabs and dabs and dibs. And just working that around, folks. And that should leave some nice warm edges. Once I get my finger involved. Okay, so up and around here, just smoothing out that lightened edge. Look at that. Now, don't worry about the tree. It's an easy fix. In fact, I'm going to get onto it now, actually. A little bit of raw umber, tiniest bit of black, some phthalo green for that cool green, a little bit of cadmium, and a little bit of ultramarine blue. And help darken it down a touch, and a slight touch of liquid. So now, just back to here again. It's a bit too dark, so brighten it up a touch. A little bit of cadmium yellow. A little bit more. Just want to get these edges all nice and leafy and greeny and bitty and whatnot. Alright, now let me see here. Now that's a bit too much of a straight line. So that may just fill it in certain areas. A little bit more brighter in there because the light is shining through. So just a little bit brighter yellow. There we go. And alright, happy enough with that now. Now I want to brighten these edges a touch, so a little bit of yellow. Just taking a little, let me see, that hasn't brightened it very much. So a little bit more, tiniest bit of white. Just the tiniest bit. And all I'm doing is just creating these edges here. Making them nice and scraggly, I believe is the real terminology. Scraggly. There we go. Now, I just want to work this edge in here. Just make it blend a little touch. The odd bit here and there. Okay, for now, I'm going to let that be. Let me see now. I want to work on this back line of trees here. I want it a bit more apparent, a bit more blue, a bit of a blue-grey going on here. So what greys out a blue? A good orange greys out a blue. So, let me get some. Now, here's the thing, folks. You can create the orange by itself, which I didn't do there. I started with the blue. Or you can create the orange within the colour. You know that red and yellow make an orange. But I put the blue down first. And by doing so, it didn't create an orange colour, but I know the orange is in it. And I think That's just by experience, is all. And if you want to grey out a blue, you can always use raw umber. Helps grey out a blue. And black helps grey out a blue too. And I want some light blue in this here as well. And that light blue has turned it a bit too green for me, for my purposes. Okay, a little bit of white, a little bit of the sky in it here. There we go. Now I want to see what this is like. It is just a half a tone darker, which is kind of what I'm after. Just a half a tone. Just a bit too much on the brush, folks. I just want to scumble this on. Let me see. Yes, that's a bit better. I think so. A little bit more now in the distant yellow of it. Let me see. I don't want to be too bright, folks. I'm a bit happier with that. It's slightly more apparent. Now, as you see, I'm just moving across the thing here. Now, I think, am I going to move this up? I think I maybe move this. I don't know. But I want to work on this one here. I want to grey the back one out a little bit more. Now that's way, way too bright. Let me get a bit of a cloth here. Way, 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 way too bright. Okay. And that is just about not bright enough. This is a game of dancing back and forth, folks. So it is. I kind of want you to see that that is... Oh, a bit of an alarm going here. Back in a sec. Okay. Right, back to it, folks. Now, let's just blue this one up a little bit. Just at the corners here. Just at the edges. There we go. Let me see. Keeping a nice rough edge on it too, folks. All right. Now this one forward here, should I? Am I happy? No, I think a little bit more saturated. A little bit more saturated. Just a little bit. I'm just dancing this brush around, trying to create all the different shapes that's within this. Let me see. I'm just having a moment to myself, and I'm just going to knock it back just a little bit. Just a little bit, just soften that up a touch. All right, for now anyway. Very, everything is subject to change. Now, what do I want to do about this? Do I want to take this up, give myself a bit more room? I think what I'll do, I don't know. Let me see what it looks like. Okay. A little bit of red in it. Well, this might be a bit too grey, but it's fine. It's okay. It's a bit too dark, but it's okay. And just letting you see that trail off there, and then it'll head up and towards the clouds, just setting you up like so, just coming up and boom. Okay, yeah, I think I'll just leave that nice and rough. Yeah, I'm happier with that. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on this area here for the time being, at least. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to darken this, just glaze this area a touch, a little bit of black, a little bit of oxide red, a little bit of blue, ultramarine blue, and a good bit of liquid. And just taking a lot of it off the brush, because this is just all I'm after here is a wee bit of a scumbling, wee bit of a glaze, sorry. That's all. Now, I will paint in here, but I'm not happy with the shape of this, so I will be painting in there, just to change the shape of it. Which I'm kind of doing now with a glaze. Let me see this here. Let me see this here. Kinda, yeah, that's a bit better. Happier with that, folks. Happier. Let me see the edges on this. Okay, not coming directly to the edge. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to glaze on a bit of a yellowish edge on this. Or not a yellowy, what am I talking about? A bit of a greeny bright, and it's just going to be messed about here like so. And we're down in the water here, so the edges are going to be a little bit softer. But I'm going to lay this down first, and then I'll put down the all the leaf edges and whatnot. La 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 la. I wouldn't be lonely. All right, so let me just have a wee look-see here. Happy enough? Now what I want to do is put in the grasses here, and you'll see what I mean. I'm just going to the grass reflections, just placing them in, and then I will make them look like grasses in a second. Just a little bit of a hair there, trying to get rid of it. Okay, now just making that look like grasses there, reflected grasses. And that does indeed do it. Maybe Maybe a bit brighter though. Just the bases of it here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm a bit happier with that. Now this tree here, I'm not too happy with it, so I'm not. So let us fix it and see what we have here. Living from day to day, chasing a dream. Okay, a bit better, a little bit more of a one in the corner here, but barely noticeable. Just in here. Okay. Now what I do want to do, where's my, I'll use this brush. I want to darken this up a little bit, just a little bit. Just in here. And too much on the brush, so I'll just take a good bit off. That's not bad. Now that leaves me with a nice soft transition as well. So it does. Yes. And to my eye, at least, it looks a little bit further away. Right, so what I'm going to work on is these grasses here. Now, what I need for this, I don't have. What I need is I don't have. Let me see. Let me see. Where are my dagger brushes? What did I do with them? Oh. Right, okay. I'm going to try this one. I haven't used this one in a while. If not, I've got another one sitting here to try it. So let's see. This is a 1/4 inch Rosemary & Co. Shiraz sword. Okay. So let's see. Now I'm going to put a lot out because there is going to be a fair amount of grasses here. So let me see. Oh, a bit too much on the brush for sure. So let me see. Too globby. Yeah, I'm unsure. Too bright. I don't know if this brush is going to work for me or not. I hope that it does. I don't think so, no. I think it's I think the edge of it is a bit too, it's too messed up, I think. I do like messed up brushes, for sure I do, but sometimes they can become a bit too messed up. Although, I'm kind of okay with this. kind of working for me. Let me see. Give me it's. You can just mess about here for a moment, folks. See. Nah, that's not as refined as I was hoping it for it to be. I think I'm going to need to buy myself a few more. I'll use this. This is just a Aquafine rigger brush, size number 2 from Daler Rowney. By the way, I don't get paid for this, so I can just say it without having to worry about it. A bit too thick. I think my next trip here is to go straight in and buy some Rosemary & Co brushes. I don't have refined enough brushes here for myself. Right, so just getting a dry fan brush and just working that in a touch, and that should work there. Right, okay, I'm going to try the fan brush here. Bit dark, bit bright, but okay, it's not so bad though. It's not too bad. Right, okay. I think this grass up here needs darkened a touch. A little bit of blue in it. Ultramarine blue. Okay, let's see here. Yes, that's a bit better. Yes. I hope it's not too dark. I think it's a bit too dark. There we go. Right now, get myself a dry brush. Just scrape this through. There we go. The same here too. There we go. Now I am going to brighten this area here a little bit. Just a little bit. Well, maybe not just a little bit, maybe a fair bit. Let me see. What should I brighten it with? A nice green. Well, of course it's going to be a green. Just the touches of everything here, folks. I'm taking a good bit off this brush, and I'm just going to fumble in just a little bit, scumble in just a little bits here and there, and these highlights will make this pop in this area here. Look at that, nice and rough, folks. Just keeping, not that roughness in it. It certainly has brightened it a bit. And as I say, just dancing this brush around. La 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 da 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 do. Right, now some areas there just need to be slightly darkened. It's the game that we're playing here, folks. This is a game of balance. That's all. You put something down and it affects everything around it. So you have to fix everything around it. Sometimes it's almost like a game of whack-a-mole. Until eventually you get it right. Till eventually it's not a game of whack-a-mole. Now, just a bit heavy on the darkness there, and I think I'm going to leave that for now. I think that's fine. Okay, now I'll have to work on this side over here. So, just an old beat up brush. This is a cheap, really cheap brush. Nothing to be writing home about here. I'm just going to scumble on a bit of a brighter yellow up in here and get a little bit of a hill going just up here. And I'm scraping this on just so that I can leave behind some of that background. Now, just dancing this on, folks. A lot of leaves, or sorry, not leaves, blades of grass are coming over this. So just going to leave that. Just going to leave that nice, and I need to work on the water before I come up into it a little bit here. So I do. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to almost entirely wipe that off. Just knocking that back, just the touches of touches. There we come up at the base of it here. There we go. Right, I want to work on the water. Which I think I'm relatively okay with. And just to get this area in here fixed, and I'll probably end up doing the whole thing, but okay. Now, I need to see what this is like. Going to try this on the Paletto. Oh, way too cerulean-y bluey. Way too cerulean-y bluey. So I want some more ultramarine. Make it ultramarine-y bluey. Boom, 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 boom. Bit better. Not dark enough. Not grey enough as well. A little bit of grey in it. A little bit of the orange in it. Not much. Ah. Almost a match there. Trying to stay away from these edges here, folks. Don't want it all getting too dirty. Okay, now as I'm moving up, getting a little bit brighter. There we go. Nice and bright. I just work all this in together. Try and get that nice blend going. Alright, so let me see. Now, I just need to concern myself with this one down here. So a bit of a darker, I'm going to do a little bit of a darker blue down here. A little bit of red in it, of course. A little bit of the black in it. And then some white, just pulling it out a little bit. Let me see. Oh, that's a perfect match. I mean, that's right on the button there. Look at that. You can't even see what I'm putting over it. It's the perfect match. But I'm going to have it a bit darker in here. Just in here, just a touch. Or more than a touch. There we go. Along here, I want to see this reflection here. I'm darkening the area around it because I want it to be a bit more poppy. Again, another technical term, poppy. Anyway, there we go. Let's put this down. Alright, so let me see now. Now we've got our poppy going on. A little bit of white in this mixture. There we go. Wonderful. Very nice. Back and forward, folks. Just messing around with it. Look at that, just taking in that edge now. Now, I'm going to go over it with a little bit of a darker one just over here. Just down in here. Alright, now I will be coming in a second to kind of sort that reflection out a bit. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work this in, and no, I'm not going to do it with my Fingy. I'm going to do it with a dry brush. So I am. There we go. Just gentle, just a gentle movement, folks. Nothing of any serious movement here. There we go. Nice and dark in the corner, get a slight vignette going on. Dark in this corner, dark here, dark in this corner, and dark up in here. A little vignette, kinda, and this water points you right towards things, and it's turning out rightly, as they would say. Turning out rightly, old boy. Now, I want a bit of a, no, I'll use this brush. The touches of touches, folks. The touches of touches here. Okay. Now, what do I think? Is that too bright? I think it's a bit too bright for where it is, folks. It's a bit too bright. And kind of grey it back a touch with a little bit of blue in it. A little bit of the tree colours and the colours around it, as it were. I still think that's too, I haven't tried it, but I still think it's a bit too dark. No, no, look at that. Me being wrong, eh? That's fine, that's good. Happy with that. A little bit of oxide red and just to warm that up a touch. There we go. Ah, look at that. Wonderful. Wunderbar. Now, staying away from the edges. Just don't want them to get too dirty at the minute. I will be working into them in a second. Now let me see. Okay, a little bit more. Now, just coming out here now, just to meet what's going on here. If you look up here, just to meet that there. And because it's in the edges, because it's in the water, sorry, it's nice and soft at the edges. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. There we go. Now, the tiniest bit of warmth in it for down here, down at the, or I suppose as far as the paint is concerned, it's up in here. Just a little bit warm here, just creating that band of light along there. Now I'm kind of taking a look at this and I think it's all a bit bright, but I don't think it's too bright. Let me see. Let me just take some of it off here. Just bring out that background a touch. And the same up in here. There we go. Aye, now that has dulled it back, pulled it back a little bit. So now what I want to do is to get myself a nice little small brush. I maybe have to wash one here. Yeah, I think I will wash one. Okay. Okay, and now, do I go into it with the thing or come? Here's a question: do I go into it with the water or with the white cloud into the reflection of the trees, or do I come out over the top? I think I'll come out over the top because I already have it all sitting here. I just maybe need to darken it a touch, but at the minute I'm okay with that. And I get this wee hump going on here. It's a bit too bright. All right, now I just want to make sure these edges are not too sharp. Okay. Right, so I think at the minute I'm going to take a little break and I'll come back and finish this off soon enough. Probably when it dries, most likely. I think actually before I do go, where is my little brush here? My little fan brush. A little bit of warmth in this. And just coming up from here. I think I lighted this a little bit too much for my liking. Just a little bit too much for my liking, folks, is all. And back in here, just creating that slight reflection of the grass that I am already planning on putting in here. And in fact, I'm going to put in a little bit of it now. There we go. Oh yes. Now once I get in and blast, oh look at that, I've left some, I have left some of the canvas, too much of the, I don't mind some canvas showing through, but a little bit too much of the canvas showing through. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, right, and that'll do for the time being. And whenever this is dried, I'll be able to push up a lot of grasses up into it and create other types of grasses. And I might just go and buy myself a couple of brushes that are relevant to that. So I'll see you all again soon enough. And bye for now. Okay, folks, going to tackle this one now. Right, so let's see where we are. I think I'm maybe lighten the sky a little bit up in lighten the clouds just a touch. I think it's taken a little bit away just from the brighter area here, but we'll see. Maybe just lighten this area of it here. Put a bit of saturation into it, but we'll see. I'm not there yet. Right, so let us continue with this. So I'm going to work on this area here, and all I'm doing here, all I want is to create a bit of distance, or the idea of distance, the impression of distance, and between this line of trees and the viewer, it's a good distance away. So that green that's going to be out there is going to be a little bit grey, a little bit desaturated. Let me see. Yeah, that's good. And maybe a bit more, slight more. Too much. I'll put a little bit of raw umber in it. Don't want to darken it too much. Okay, there we go. Let's get a wee bit of a plane or two along here. I'm not going to go crazy on this. Just little blotches of it here and there for texture. That's all. Just the idea that something else is back there. A little bit of rolling hills, as it were, rolling fields. Now this area here, it's very sharp, look at that. So let's take a little bit more of the saturated stuff that's on the palette, bring it up and just take away that edge. Just taking away that edge there, bringing it in a little bit, making that a bit of a better division there. And then just going to rough up this edge. Just a touch, with a little flick here and there and here. Now, there's an edge in along here that I want to get put in. So a little bit dark. Just a little bit, not much. Let's see what this is like. Is that dark enough? I think it might be. There, look at that. That's turned out nice. Alright. Okay, now what to do with the sky. I'll tell you what, I'll finish these grasses over here while I'm thinking about the sky. So, let me see now. Poppity pop pop bum. We get a green going at least. We'll see. Tiniest bit of red in it. Just a red out, a little bit of white just to bring it out a touch. And let's see now. Now, what I've used there is some spirits. Right, so a little bit brighter, a little bit more saturated. Coming forward just a bit warmer. Just working this on as I go. Like the idea of this nice big outgrowth here, just this bit here, slightly losing some control. Now I want to darken the base of it a little bit, but I also want it to be a bit warm. A little bit of blue, ultramarine blue, and a little bit of oxide red. And just paint this in here. Okay, now it's a bit too dark, but it's okay. My finger is able to control it a bit better. Brighten it up with just a touch. Let me see here. There we go. That's a bit better. That's a good tone now. Okay. I have a nice large outcrop there of long grass. I'm going to tackle this one down here now. So let's do that. A nice green down here. Nice bright green as well. And slightly knocking the saturation out of it with some raw umber there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a wee look, okay. Just a wee flick here and there, just to test it. Now you don't want too much on the brush; it'll all come off in a big glob. There we go. Look at that. Now lots of these. Just get them in. There we go. Telling that story over there of this little embankment of grasses. Not that it's a nice wee story. A few later ones. Okay. Now I'm just thinking, and what I need is a few darker patches again. Just coming up in here, a little bit darker this time because we're closer in here too, so we are. So we get to see more when we're in here. We get to see more contrast. We get to see more. Whenever you're moving further away, atmosphere is knocking back all the colors and all the contrasts. But as you move forward, and all the heat as well, and as you move forward, your temperatures go up and go down depending on where you're standing, and all your colors are saturated, your contrasts are more. So keep that in mind as you're moving forward. Everything is heightened. Now there are exceptions to that rule. Of course there are. In all rules there are, but generally. That's the way to paint in the darks there. Paint the darks in as grasses too. I think I'll lighten this just a touch. Just so you can see it a bit better. I'm going to work on this a little bit over here. Now I want some good reds in it here, so I'll do. So this is an old medium size Artmaster Sword Series 3000. Now, it's a really old beat up one. And I'm kind of hoping that it's going to leave behind it a lot of scraggly pieces of grass. But we'll see. Let me see now, just here. Boom, 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 boom. Now, what's my problem with that is that it's hard to see. It's becoming quite transparent. So, a little bit of white in it, a little bit of yellow in it, even though it's transparent. Make it just that little bit brighter. Nice and scraggly, and then I'll come along with a fan brush and just smooth that in and knock it back a touch here and there. Nice and scraggly. And then down here, just work that in just a touch. Okay, now dry fan brush, just gently. Nice and gently, not being rough with it. Okay, now I don't like that. I don't like it because it's just three, just sitting there, too obvious. Just come in here a little bit. There we go. Make a bit more of it, as it were. Now, doing the same again. Now, I have to bear in mind that this here, I'm unsure if I'm finished with it. I'll tell you what. You know what? I will do something here. So I will put in the moss that goes along here. Okay. Nice sharp brush. It's just a flat, cheap flat too, but it's sharp enough to do what I want to do. Boom, 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 boom. So it's not bright, but it's, I want this bright enough. So I'll do. Right, so I'm going to just test this up here. So just along here. Am I bright enough there? I don't think I am, at least not here. Maybe when I'm getting it along here, it'll be bright enough. Let me see, let me test it. Yeah, I think that's okay. But I will go a bit brighter actually. Put a little bit of green on it. Okay, let's see now. Okay. That's nice. Just work that in. Now it's nice and shallow, and what I mean by shallow, I don't mean the water is shallow. I mean that the angle, now there's a flat on 90-degree angle that is parallel to the canvas. And the more I turn my brush away from me, the shallower the angle gets. And it's the same with that. Now, the same with this here. What I mean by shallow is that the mosses are, if you look at the brush, mosses, the angle that we are viewing the mosses from are shallow, like so. That would be a full-on viewing, like a bird's eye view coming down here. And as I view it from this angle, it's a shallow angle. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. The thing about this, the trick about this is to not add too much, which is really one of my very weak points. Once ever I get into this, doing this, oh, I could just add it and add it and add it and add it and add it. Sometimes it's hard to just know where to stop. I'm just checking that I am somewhat happy with everything as it is before I go over this here. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. Yes. Do, 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 do. Okay. So I want you to see this one. So I'm going to make it nice and bright over here. Just coming off this. All right. Now, being careful, folks. Trying to be anyway. I'm going to wipe a little bit off this brush. And put in a bit of an orangey, more of an orangey one down in here. Just because of this red here. All right. Now I'm going to work on this area here with some grasses. Let's get some grasses going. Some nice sagey greens. Now, always remember not to put too much onto your. Oh, there's somebody at the door. Right. Okay. People at the door. People at the door. Right. So now let's just get some grasses in here. Now. Want a little bit of a dark base here. Just plump that in a touch. Plump that in, I don't know what plump that in means. Anyway, right, so and then just a couple of alright, just bring that out a little bit. Now, what I want to do is put some dark in it here. A little bit of warmth in it too. Just here, just far too much. Look at that. Too much on the brush. So I'm going to take that off, just a touch. There we go. Completely removed it. Okay, now too much on the brush there. So this time, just creating those little darker patches before I'm putting in the large leaves. Now it's too dark, so again, just knock it back a touch. Now where's my other little brush? Here, this'll do. Okay. Just bringing that green down a little bit more. I thought it was a bit too high there. Just reshaping this a little touch. There, okay. Now let's start putting in the grasses. Right, I'm going to try another one of these little, can never remember their name. This is the extended point. I'm going to try it. So, some yellow in it, some black, just to knock it back, some raw umber. Nice and loose, twisting that pointed edge and see if I can get it to behave itself. Okay, let me see here. Now, what I need is for this to be a bit brighter, but I'm just going to ruffle these edges up along here, just while I have it there. Just a bit brighter now. A bit much, a bit zealous there. Scraggledy, folks. Higgledy-piggledy and scraggledy. Now, the same again for the base. The reflections here, just. Okay. No. I think maybe. Just go along this, just to go over that again, because it looks as if the shadow, or the reflection, sorry, looks as if the reflection is coming up over the top of this rather than the other way around. think I'll bring a little bit more grasses up into part of it here. Just up into this area here. Too much on the brush. Too much on the brush. Just covering that, folks. And I think I'm not entirely happy with it, so I'm going to create just this here along here. Aye, bit better now, bit more happier with that. Now what I'm going to do, this moss that I have down here, I'm just going to lay bits of it along here. And I'm going to work this in with my finger, just a bit. Alright. Now do I want to do anything with this guy? Now that I have worked on this, I'll tell you what, I'm going to say no, but if I want to come back, which I may well do, actually I will come back. So I won't take the tape off yet. I'll be back for another little jaunt at this. Soon enough. Well, bye for now. Okay folks, not quite done with this one, but I'm very nearly there. Very nearly indeed. So, just a few more things. I'm not happy with how I ended the sky yesterday, so I'm going to, still a bit wet, but it's okay. Right. So, just going to take it closer to the edges here with a bit of a warmer colour. Just not entirely happy with the way it worked out yesterday. But anyway, isn't that the point of painting? You come back and you go over what you did, and you come back and you go over it, and you come back and you go over it, and so on and so on. Oh yeah, yesterday I messed up with my mic. So I answered the door and I took my mic off and sat it down on the desk. I forgot to put it back up again. I'll see what I can do in the editing phase. Maybe I'll be able to fix it up a bit. Anyway, so let's get this in. Just a little bit of a warmer. I'm going to put a lot of it in and around the edges. Keeping it warm, keeping those edges relatively sharp. I don't want soft edges too much. Just having a wee look. Yeah, okay, a bit better with this. Yes, feeling a bit better. A little bit of liquid just to help move it around a bit, help dry it a bit faster as well. And just dancing that brush about to create random edges. Alright, a wee bit warmer. Yeah, a wee bit better. At least to my eye anyway, it's a bit better. I'm just taking a moment here to have a wee think about it and see Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of the center of what I'm doing here out. I'll do it with a cloth in a second. And I believe that I will be happy enough with this now. So let's take some of the center out. Just a touch, just wiping it off. Now I'm barely touching the canvas here, folks. Just gently. There we go. All right, so now what's left? I want to do a little bit more with the thingy-majig here. I'm just looking for a brush with the grasses at the front here. I want to do a little bit more with it. Be a little bit more apparent in some of the grasses. So a nice green. Adding a little bit of white to it here. I do want some of these to pop, but I'm going to be a little bit cautious about how much I put in and how bright they are. But I do want some popping. Just creating the idea of it here at the moment. A little bit of mineral spirits to help it move it a little bit better off the brush. And then I'm just checking to see if it's too bright. Basically, a nice blade of grass. No, I'm happy with this. If I feel it's too bright, I'll knock it back with a little bit of kitchen towel. Now that's one side. It's just grey out a little tiny bit for over here. You see that now? This all adds a little bit of reality to it. And I want a nice bright one, you know. You know that grass colour that you get? That greyish grass colour. Just one here. A little bit thinner mix. Help it move off this brush a bit. Taking a good bit off the brush as well. So, bum. Now what to do, folks? Am I done? Am I done? Let me see. I just want to take a little moment here. Will we look-see here and there, and I think I can see something here that I would like to fix. This tree trunk here. I just want to slightly cover it up, just a bit. So a good dark, cool green here. Let me see. No, it's a bit too bright. Okay, just dragging this over this here. Just want to cover a little bit up, just so it's not just popping there, you know, for no reason. And And I think I'm going to this area here. I'm going to darken it down a touch as well. A little bit of liquid. This is more of a glaze. I'm just checking to see if this is dark enough. Yeah, it is dark enough, but it's not grey enough. Okay. I don't entirely know how I feel about that. I think I want to brighten this area up here just a touch of a touch. There's a nice dark there. I want a nice contrast. You have a wee bit of a contrast between this dark and this here. So I want a wee tiny bit more of a contrast there. Let me see. Oh, and it's only a bit. It's only going to be a bit later. Bit later than that though. We see, yep, that's better for me. Looking a bit better. Just patchy, folks, as you get with all grasses, all that patch, little divots and holes in the ground and whatnot. Help sell the idea a little bit. And I think that'll do it, folks. I think that'll do for now. Yeah, right, so let's take this off. Okay, and if you could, please like and subscribe. And watch as many of the videos as you can. It helps really with the algorithm. And like if you're heading out to the shops or something, just, you know, stick a video on, let it play in the background. It always helps, so it does. It helps me keep these free. I don't know how long that will continue, but it does help me keep these free, at least for now. Oops, I did. There we go. Oh yeah, and here's another one of my videos that will help you. It'll help you with some of the process. Maybe put a wee a sunshiny one up, or grassy fields and skies and clouds, etc. I mean, if you just click on it, I don't know where in the video where it'll be on this side or this side, but you just click on it and it'll lead you to it. Anyway, all the best, folks. Bye for now. Well, hello folks, I'm back for another wee jaunt. Now, I haven't done any narration in a while. For me it's been a few months, but for you it could end up being just a couple of weeks, because I had a few narrated videos in the bank there, so it did, as it were. So it might not be that long of a break. Anyway, let's start here. So here we have a 10 by 8 piece of extra fine cotton canvas, and on it I have drawn a little landscape. So I'm going to lay down with oxide red and cadmium red just a little bit of a background, a tone for the background. Okay, so now I'll be wiping a good bit of this off when the time comes, and just all I want to do is give myself a nice warm background here. Boopity boom boom boom. Now I'm going to dry this with a hair dryer. And because this is, what do you call it? It's mineral spirits over here, and that's oil paint. Mineral spirits dry via evaporation. Oil paint doesn't. So what I'll do is I'll dry this up and then I will wipe some of it off. So I will I'll hit the pause button as to not put you through the whole noise of the hairdryer. Now here folks, it's only been partially dried. So I'm just going to take some of it out and maybe use a bit of spirits, ironically, to take some of this off. Okay, put a little bit on my finger, on this bit of cloth here. Just here. And that should help remove some of this off. Okay, and a little bit further on down into the water here, just staying away from the edges. Don't want to take off too much. Okay, just a roughness folks, having a bit of a roughness about it. Now let me see, just a nice general wipe. I don't want too much up in the sky. I have my own plan for the sky. So there we go. Right. I will get this area here all cleaned up. Use just an old bit of already used kitchen towel, so we're not wasting too much. That little bit of liquid there is just throwing me, so I'm just going to wipe it up. Okay, now where to begin? I think I'll begin in the sky. Yes, I think I'll begin up in here. So I want this to be quite a dark, moody look to it. Okay, right, so let's begin with that. A nice grey. Okay, a nice bluey, greeny grey. Tiniest bit of yellow, not much, just to help grey it out a touch. Okay. So let's see now, where am I with this? A little bit more blue. I don't think it's quite blue enough. I've also been thinking about future videos, and I think that in future videos, if I'm not talking for long periods of time, I'm just going to speed the video up, and I'll probably just speed it up 2 or 3 times the speed, and that way you can just slow it down to suit yourself whenever if you fancy it, that is. Okay, so a nice blue-grey in there. I'm hoping that's not a bit, I want it dark now, and I'm cognizant of, trying to stay cognizant of how dark it is. Moody, rather than dark, would be a better descriptor. Okay, and we'll sort those edges out in a momento. But I want this a little bit looser than what it is here, so a tiny bit of spirits in it, just to make the mixture a little bit looser for me. Now I'm going to use a dry brush, and pretty ordinary filbert dry brush. Just going to work these two together. Nice and soft, nice and gentle. Just working it all together. blending that in, but it also gives the impression that it's not too blended, it's not a full gradient. Okay, now let me see now. Bumpity boo, bumpity boo, bumpity boo. So a little bit of yellow, not too much. A little bit of the pink in here, a little bit of this too. And now also, and a little bit of liquid. A little bit of liquid, a little bit of mineral spirits. Just working these here. Now I think I'm going to bring up this blue a little bit further. Bring up the pink a little bit further too. Okay. Using what's already on the brush. And just working that in, folks. You see that? Now, I'm going to come down and do the same with the blue here. This grey blue. It's coming up into it a little bit further than what's originally down. Try and get it to be nice and grey, folks. A nice moody grey day. That's the point anyway, or at least that's the goal. So, I'm just going to give it a little gentle brush over. Little gentle brush over here. Just opening that up now. I had, that's been sitting for a while and it's a bit stiff, so I'm just opening it up a little bit on my hand. And just gently. Barely touching the canvas, folks. Barely touching it. There we go. Okay. Good. Let's work on the back mountains here. Let's go for a nice blue-grey here. Now I've already got some on the palette. A bit grayer than that, and maybe a bit brighter. Yeah. Okay. So now let me see, what are we to do? And keeping in mind, let me see, I think that's a bit too dark. Now I want to make sure there's a wee tree going in there, and I want to be a wee bit cautious around this this house. Don't want to be covering that up. So a little bit darker up in this area here, a little bit bluer. Just getting this one here working. Nice and soft on the edges. Now I'm going to bring in a sharp brush to get around these edges. It's just a flat brush. It's a cheap one, I think. I think it's one of the cheap ones. It's so cheap there isn't even a name on it. Now that's cheap. So there we go. That's just, now I would be attacking this a little bit differently if I wasn't on camera. I'm only positioning my hand like so to try and stay out of the way of the camera. That's all. In case you think I'm holding it weird. Okay. Righty-ho. Now I want to rack the edges of that. Again, I'll use that flat, that dry brush. Just give it a bit of a clean up because there's some sky in it. So I want to just ruin the edges of this a bit. There, look at that. Nice and soft, folks. Just nice and gently. Just taking that edge off of that. Now, let me see. Yeah, a bit of red into this, bit of black, bit of this, bit of that, and a good bit of raw umber. Yeah, is that too bright? I don't know. I don't know, so I'm going to go and find out. A bit more red, a bit more blue. I don't want it to be too saturated either, so I'm going to keep adding a little bit of umber, just to knock the saturation out of it a touch. Use a little bit of liquid and a little bit of spirits just to loosen it up a bit. And then see here, let me see. Just coming along here. I think it may be a little bit more. I think it's too saturated. So I'm going to there we go. Okay. Now I'm not going to go attack this too much. I'm going to wait till it's dry before I completely finish this up, scumble the rest in. So it's going to reach a little bit higher into it. But for now, I'm just going to be going around the edges is all. There we go. I'll maybe also use a little bit of the dry brush technique there too. So I want to have a little tree that I want to go in here, like so. Let me see, it's around about here, and then just bring it forward a bit too. I want down around here a little bit. Okay. You can already see the reflection I have already for it. Okay. Now I want to, where's that brush? I want to take a good bit off this brush. Not all of it though. Just the brush that I was using. Now again, is that, I don't know if this is a cheap one or not. Rosemary & Co. Long Flat Series 2025. So let's see where we are here. Now I want a thingamajig for here. Let me see, a little bit of blue in it. Just remembering that this is a dark, miserable day. Well, no, that's not true. It is a moody painting. It's not a miserable painting, it's a moody painting. I want to take a good bit off the brush. And I'm just going to work it in here this way for now. And then just staying away from the edges. Coming in here, bringing it up a little touch. Okay, so let's see. Now, where did I leave that brush? There it is there. So, back into here. Bum ba da bum bum bum. Just clean that up a little bit there. Work the edges a touch. Alright, that's not a bad start, I think. I'll use a bit of a dry brush just to rack the edges of it a little bit. So I'll just soften these edges up a touch with a dry brush. And then whenever it is dry, I'll come along and I'll scumble it on a little bit more. So I'm going to work on a main set of trees over here, and then maybe the grass. I don't know if I'm going to do the house in this visit, but I may well do. I may well do. So let me see. Yeah, nice warmish, because the sky is cold. Has a bit of warmth in it, I suppose. but it is cool. Okay, so a little bit of liquid, tiny little bit of spirits, loosen it up a touch, help it dry a bit faster. So let me see, coming along here, like so. Okay, dun 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 dun. And not going right towards the edge. I want to be able to work the edges myself. I'm giving myself room to work, is a better way of putting it. And I'm just not going right to the edge, and then I will use a dry brush to go up into the sky and create a misty effect around the edges. Now let me see, and a little bit down here, just as a shadow for the trees, and I'll put a wee one here for this tree. Okay, now just racking the edges of this, getting that nice soft transition. And I don't want a completely soft transition in certain places. I do want to bring it up into here a touch more. Okay. And just rack the edges of this too. There we go. I've got a nice soft transition there. So what I'm going to do is remove a little bit here and there so that I can add in some more of the sky. Not too much, folks, just a little bit. Now, where is my... I'll use a smaller sky brush. I'll use this one here. It's a nice soft... This is an expensive brush, folks. I don't have too many, but these are nice to use. This is a size 3 Rosemary & Co. long flat. And the series number is 279. So... just get myself the sky color back again. Too much pink. Put a little bit more of that into it. And a little bit more of the blue into it. And that's a bit too much. Just testing it at the minute. And that's not too bad. I'm coming in here and just messing around, folks. Okay. And then in here, I'll get that nice and soft in a second. Creating the idea that the sky is breaking into the tree. I'm sure you've seen that 100 times. Okay, so I just want to gently mess with this. Just gently. I'm just using a bit of a kitchen towel. And I'm just, probably not, no, I won't use that. Let's forget that I done that, eh? Shall we? Right, I'll use the brush that I used. I'll just clean it off a little bit. Use the kitchen towel on larger pieces where there's more of a room to maneuver. Okay, it's a bit better now. Now, let me see, where's my, there we go, there it is. Nice and gentle, barely touching it, folks, just softening that up. Nice, right, now, Okay, I want to. Probably need to bring the tree base down a little bit more. Just down a touch more. There. Okay. And then put in a little bit of this here. Just along the base here. Which most of it will be covered up in soon enough. Right, so now I'm going to put in some of these shadows just while I have the colors here. A little bit blue and a little bit brighter. I'm going to have the shadows a little, or the reflections I will say, not the shadows. I'm going to have the reflections a little bit brighter. If it's a really bright sky, the reflections can be nice and dark. And if it's a dull, moody sky, you can brighten the shadow, the reflections a little bit. So it's a little bit brighter than the actual. Oops, it is. It's a bit much. Now you may not see the difference here just yet, but it is a little bit brighter. Bumpty boom. Okay, and I'll just put in a pretty bright reflection for this one because it's a good further distance away, so it is. I'm just going to lay that down for now. Okay, now let's work on this the reflections of this here. Let's work on the water, I think is the word I'm trying to say. Okay, so plenty of blue, making this a nice bluish color. Nice cool blue. A bit of liquid. Probably a bit bluer than that. I think I'm going a bit too grey. So let's see, just up in here, just get this movement in first. And down in here I'll touch, and maybe a bit darker as I'm coming down, but for the time being I want to go a bit brighter on the side here. Tiny bit of cadmium into it, just okay, let me just, now I don't know if that's grey enough. I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm not quite grey enough. So I'm going to just grey that down a little bit there. Okay, see him here? Okay, and then getting a bit darker as I'm coming down, just transitioning down a bit. Just down in here, a little bit bluer too. Oops, bit too much up there. Okay, now. All right, okay. Bumpity bump bump bump. Now I haven't brought, see there's my mistake. I knew something wasn't right. I haven't brought the reflections down far enough. But it's an easy way about. Just bring this down to here. Almost to the base of the paint. Just let it fade out. Okay. And again, staying away, not completely, but staying a bit away from the edges here. And then just going to bring it down, just drag it down into it. And it's going to be lifted up into the reflections, but that's okay. I'll come in from this angle. and that should help soften those edges. Now it's hard for me to see. The light is quite difficult there. When your hand's up here, it's covering the light, and you need light when you're painting. You need to be able to see what you're doing. Okay. So where's my dry brush? Bum, 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 bum. Just keeping all of this nice and soft, folks. Because the up here is nice and soft. And I think what I'm going to do up there is just soften that even more. Just how do we look at it there? And I think I'm just going to take the edges off it here, nice and gently, just around the edges. Okay. Now let me see. And I think I may even do the same down here. Just. And there we go. Okay. And now I'm just going to just soften this transition over here a little bit. Okay, and wiping a little bit off the brush and just. There we go, there we go. And there, and there, and there, and there we go. Right, and now I'm just going to lay in a rough foundation of the grass. So a little bit of red in it because I want it quite grey. There's a fair amount of grey in it today. Put a good bit of that sky in it as well, and the water reflections, just to make the painting a little bit harmonious. So let me see now. Just marking my, and that, it's too dark, but I think I'm going to lighten it a little bit. I was going to say I might leave it, but no, I think it's a bit too dark. There we go. A nice edge along the back here. Now I'm bringing it up to here as well. I wanted to come into the house a little tiny bit, make the house look as if it's a little bit more forward than the base of the horizon. Than the base of the horizon? Than the horizon. Now that is a wavy line. That is no good. So I need a straight line here. Bring this up a touch. And it can all be straightened a little bit later, so there's no real hassle here. A little bit more yellow here. Moving forward. Slightly more saturated. Just ever so slightly. There we go. There we go. Bum ba bum. Okay, now I do want that a bit brighter. tiny bit more saturated, just along here. I'll work it in to what's already down. There we go. Now we have ourselves a little field that needs a lot of detail in it. Okay. Bit darker. Right, okay, just trying to establish a few things here, folks. Maybe a bit early to do what I'm doing, but it'll be okay for now. So let's get a slightly more saturated green. Slightly more, a little bit of ultramarine, a little bit of cadmium yellow, just coming down into here. Coming across, just getting that married together there. I'm just trying to see what I like the look of and what I don't like the look of. Okay. Now it is a bit too dark, so I'll just slightly go over the top of it here with a little bit, something a little bit brighter. There we go. And then I will come along and put some edges on that. Okay, now down along the base here. Bit of a darker one again. Down along here, boom, boom, boom. And then, whenever I'm actually going to put a bit of red in this. Yeah, that's not bad. A little bit of the red here. And then whenever the time comes, I'll come along and I'll darken the edges of it all. Make it look like it has depth and all of that stuff. It's hard to think whenever you're painting and talking at the same time. Alright, so let me see where is we? Okay. Now I'm gonna just put in the base of these trees here. I want to make sure that it's one of those things that I'm not forgetting soon enough, you know. Just along here, just a little preliminary drawing just for me to remember to put that there. And then again, just preliminary, just little tree trunks, and these are not meant to be anything other than little notes for me to come along and work on. And that's all that is there. And it also gives me an eye for it here. You know, just along here, bring you down here, and then bring you over to here. All right, so now you see something beginning to develop here. Now my concern here is, what color should I do the house? See, I want the house I want the house kind of just way off in the distance. I don't want it to be spotted very much, you know. So I think I'm going to do a similar color to the trees behind and the mountains, but a tiny bit brighter, just the tiniest bit. So let me see. Now that'll not be the same for the roof. I'm talking about the actual building, the brick building part of it. I'm just going to lay this down for now. All things subject to change. Nice sharp brush, folks. And I don't think that's grey enough. A little bit grayer. And I added just some of the mixture down here. That will help. Oh, for goodness sake. Dip right into the white there. Let's start again. Right, now let's see. Let me see. This brush is a bit too big for my purposes. I want a nice sharp edges here. That might be still a bit early to be worrying about the sharper edges, but I like to get them in now. And again, not all the time. Sometimes it is just pure mood, and I'm in the mood to get them in now. Okay, so here we go again. Let's try this again now. Bit of a smaller brush here. Okay, now tiniest bit brighter on this side of it here, just along here. So let me see. Okay, along here. And put on a bit of a slate roof on it. I'm going to go for a slate color here. That lead type color. It has like a reddy pinky color to it. It's not too dark, by the way, those slate roofs. And a little bit of blue in it as well, make it cold. Okay, now, nice and sharp right along the top here. Just dragging it down. And I'm dragging it down. Now I'm going to have a brighter part of the roof over here. Because the building is kind of turning a little bit. It's more like an L-shaped building. Just some fine work. Probably early stages for it, but it's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, see him over here now. Nice little roof along there, which I will. And I think the building is, no, I think it's dark enough. I think I'm okay with it. It's dark enough. I just need to darken the edges. I'll do that. Well, I'll do that with some of this brush, and then I'll go on to a smaller brush. Let me see, is that too big? It kind of is too big. So I'll just use the corner of it here. And the music of the water, tender satin sunshine, with thine heart to go flying. Right, now let me see. It's creating a little bit of shadow under the gables here. I believe that's what you call them, gables. And then Same over, I think I'll use a different brush for this. Just a little small little brush here. It's just a round brush, Da Vinci, very cheap, size 2. Cheap Da Vinci. And this is just to get the ends of the houses in, just along here. So let me see. I suppose it's hard for you to see this, it being so far away. Well, I can fix that up when the time comes. Now I just want to go in and around the edges here. I don't want it sitting out the way it is. You can still, it's like it's outlined, you know, so I don't want that to be the case. So let's stop this from being outlined. Okay, and let me see. Yes, I need to move over to this little mountainside. On the mountainside. Okay, over here. Okay. Now, so what I am going to do, I'm going to lay a little bit of a lighter gabled edge on this, on the roof here. Now I'm just going to do this freehand, and I'll sharpen it up when the time comes, just gently along here. That's just for me. That's just so that I can see what's happening. Now, let me see. Yeah, I think I'll scumble everything else in when the time comes. What I will do is I'll just soften the edges of this. For now, nice soft brush here, folks. Or no, not a nice soft brush, a dry brush is what I'll say. This is just an old filbert brush here. With thine heart those go flying in thy thoughts and wakeful dreams. Hear the music of the water. Sigh. There we go, just darkening that a little, and I cooled it down just a touch with ultramarine. Now it's a warm blue, but it's still a blue, which means it is still a cool color, coolish color. That's a bit much, gone a bit too far there. It's a bit better. Just soften that edge a touch. Okay, so now I'm not happy with these trees, so I will make myself happy with them. Hear the music of the water. It might be a bit too early to be worrying about the trees. It probably is, you know, folks. But I'm worrying about them nonetheless. I can fix these trees at any time, actually. So if it doesn't pan out the way I want it to here, I think I'll scrap it for now and redo it at a later date. Hear the music of the water, tender satin sighing, with thine heart to dusk go flying, in thy thoughts in wakeful dreams. Okay, a little bit of kitchen towel, just a scrumpled up. Now I want to try and keep it away from the mic, but it's not always easy to keep that away from the mic. So, right. And then just go around the edges here. Really messing that up, folks. Trying to get that randomization going on. That's not so bad now. Feel a bit happier about that. Okay. I'm going to bring this up a touch. I think it's a bit too, it's a bit too much of a shadow on it here. So let me see, is that the right one? A little bit darker. A little bit darker, a little bit bluer. So let me see here. Just in and around the edges, folks. I'm going to just trail it up into it. And so I'll just drag this up into it a little bit, not much. I'm just going to use, now what should I use? Where are my, I've rearranged my entire setup here, folks, just a little bit, and I've lost everything. I'm looking for my fan brushes, and this one will do. It's not exactly what I was after. I was after a softer one. But I think that's more of what I'm after. Wipe off the excess there, and then just feed this one here a little bit, and then just gently softening the edges a little bit. There we go. Okay, now nice reflections. Okay, now it's a case of details, folks. So there's the underpainting. I think I'm done. I'm just going to, what I'll do is I'll go for a little walk here. I'll back up a little bit, and oh yeah, I'll bring you with me. Let me see now. Okay. Okay. Right, I think that will do. That will do for now. I think I'm pretty happy with that, I must say. Okay, right. If I'm happy with it, I'm going to leave it. Why tempt fate? And I'll see you back in the completion of it. See you soon enough. Bye for now. Oh, right, folks. Back to this one now. So let me see. A lot of detail to be put in here yet. Darken a few things and well, just get into it a little bit. So let's create some of the darker areas. A little bit of mineral spirits there, and just keeping this a coolish, not too dark though, because it's only hanging in and around this area up in here, and it doesn't need to be too dark. I'm just going to kind of scumble these little things on. I think this is way too dark. Way too dark. It's a way too dark. All I'm trying to do is put some texture in the grass here. Just along here. And now not quite dark enough. That wee game of balance. 1 minute it's too dark, the next it's not. And so on and so on. So just laying down some darker colours, scumbling this in too. I'm not sure how much if anything you can see, I'm going to grey it out a bit with some red. I'm not sure how much you can see this so close. You should be able to be okay seeing it. It's not that bad. Right, so again, scumble in this area on here. Creating that nice rough texture. It's like you're almost staining the canvas. And you can see that. Now let's do that a few more times all over the canvas. Here and there and there and here. Just to get this this grass, a distant grass. I must emphasize that too. Just get it as a little bit of a texture coming into it. Okay, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. A fair amount, I must say. Right, so let's get the edgings in here done. Let me see, is that dark enough? I don't think it is. So a little tiny bit darker just in certain areas. Just along here, just topping it in. And kind of almost wiping it off again, but not quite, you know, just smudging it in, as it were. This is slightly, it's near the front of the painting, but these are small and far enough away that they shouldn't have too much detail. So let me see. Now there are some parts of this grass I'll be wanting to lighten as well as having some of the darker areas. So along here, for sure, along here as well. Maybe put a bit of red in this. And that's the oxide red with some burnt umber. Again, just taking a good lot off the brush. All you're doing here is creating the edges of this little grass area. And being rough enough with it, folks. There's no need to be too precise depending on what you're ultimately going for. Now, if you want this to be highly real, then you wouldn't be so rough with it. Let me see. Give me some areas up in here. Just gently destroying the areas, as it were. Trying not to completely wipe everything off, but at the same time, you don't want it showing too much detail. Just along here, and just whoop, trail that in. It gives it a nice edge there at the. Well, I think I'll most likely leave this part of it to the last. So I'll work up on the shadow of these trees up in here. Nice coolish shadow along here. Let's see now. But dark too. a bit too wavy. A bit too wavy. Just take the wave out of that a touch, and then just rack the edges. Just rack those edges. Give it that grass look. Distant grass. Okay, now let's put in the trees, or the tree trunks. So a nice dark one here. I want a good silhouette here in between the far grasses along here, and then the front of the tree trunks. So a decent silhouette. Some thin tree trunks and some thick tree trunks, just to get that variance. Okay. Bum ba da bum. There we go. Right. Now we get ourselves a nice little tree area there, which I think I put a little bit too much shade in, but I shall fix that soon enough. Just give me a small. I want to tackle this area here. Right. Some raw umber and some cadmium red. Get this little bit of ultramarine. Nice dark-ish color here. And a little bit of liquid to help it move a touch. So let me see. Is that dark enough? Yes, I think it is. I think it is. So let's scumble this in now. Creating darker patches and leaving lighter patches behind. Let me see now. Get a bit of kitchen roll here, folks. And let's just semi-destroy what we've put up here. There we go. Ah, yes. Right, what I want to do, just while I'm here and on it, going to put in some thin trees. Now, I might have to change my brush here, but let's see what I can achieve with this brush. Just up and along here. This isn't too bad, this wee brush. Just has that nice roughness to it, or it leaves those nice rough edges behind. Now, don't want to rack the sky, so I'm being careful about what's on the finger here. There we go. Okay, we can get ourselves a couple of little trees there. So where's my little scumbling brush? Here we go. Now, I want to do the same thing with this here. But I want the edges to be a bit softer on this and a bit warmer. I want the silhouette of the sky shining through this one. Right, so and let's get some, just slightly wiping the brush off here. And I'm just going to go straight into some Oxide Red. Just take a good bit of it off the brush, put it onto the palette, just scrape it onto the palette, and then what's left on the brush, oh, you don't want those wee things on them, what's left on the brush, just put it up in here, creating a nice, soft, warm edge. All right, well, I'll leave that for the time being. I think the center of it is a bit too bright. So I'm just going to see if I can pull it back a little bit darker. Leave the edges nice and bright. Okay, now I want to work on the grasses here. So some raw umber, cadmium yellow, and a little bit of Oxide Red. Now I think this is too dark. A little bit of white in it, titanium white. And what do I think of that? I think it needs a bit of blue in it. Just cool it down a bit. Yeah. A little bit more white, and then I will test it with what's up here already. So let me see. Now, is that too bright? I think it is. It's going to grey it down a little bit too, just using what's on the board, what's on the palette, sorry. I want to be gentle with this. Gentle enough. I want it to come into this area here too. So I'll just brighten these areas up in here. Really make it look like there's a good contrast in behind this tree. There we go, look at that. There you got that. Okay. Now because I want some darker patches, I'm not going to be completely covering this. And I'm just scumbling it on, just gently, folks, just gently. As I'm moving over here, I want it a bit cooler, because it's in behind this row of trees, so it's a tiny bit cold over here. Maybe a bit darker too. That's better, that's good. I'm happy with that now. It's a nice tone. Just ruining the edge here on purpose. Alright, okay, now I'm going, this blue here, I'm just going to be scattering this around. Just here and there. Not big patches of it. Just scattering it about a bit. And then having a brighter area here and there. Just to give us that concept, that idea of textures on the grasses. Lots of different shades. and tones that are barely noticeable, but they are there. That's important. It is important. So it is, so it is. Right. So I'm going to work a little bit more saturation down in this one here. And I want it a bit rougher because we're coming close and I want you to see a little bit of detail in it. And so I want it a bit rough-ish. Just dabbing it off. Now, let me just see. Let me just spread this brush out. And then just giving myself some textures up in here. I'm not sure that I like that, but at the minute I'm okay with it. As I say, I just need to just coming into these edges here. Okay. Same again, a little bit of a brighter patch here and there. Now if you notice on the palette here, if you have a wee look over here, I have a dark green. Well, if you look at all of it, all the different shades of greens, and they're just made up with ultramarine blue, cerulean blue, yellow, oxide red, and raw umber. A little bit of white, but of them all in close proximity to each other, and that way you can see the different shades. Whenever I add a bit of white to the dark green, you can see that the tone has changed from a dark green here to a lighter green, and then if I add a little bit of red to it, you can see that this green is being desaturated. If I add a little bit of blue to it over here, it's being cooled down over there. If I add a little bit of white to it over here, it dulls it out, and so on and so on. As you see, there is a myriad of different greens right across this, but they're all close together, so I can see the tonal change. Okay. Right, now let me see. Now I have a wonder if this area, I know I wanted it to be a bit brighter, but I think I've made it a bit too bright. So I'm going to scumble it, or sorry, no, I'm going to glaze it a bit of a darker one that I have down here. It's going to be a bit of a glaze, tiniest bit of black in it too, not much. Now lots of liquid, and then just take a whole lot off the brush, and let me see where we are here. Is it darker? I believe that it is. And I won't come close to the edges, I'll just let the edges be. Let me see that. Now, am I happy with how dark it is? I don't think I am. I think I want it a bit darker. A little bit colder too, so I'll put a little bit of ultramarine in it rather than cerulean. I don't want it too cool. Now, this is the area down here that is the concern. Let's go right up to the edges of the grass, but not the edges of the reflection. Just staying away from the edges. I will work that in with a cloth or my finger in a Memento. Now I have darkened it down a bit. So what I'll do is instead of I'll use a dry softy kind of brush. So I'll just work that in. And it's just a wee makeup brush. Nice wee blending makeup brush. Really does a great job. At least I think so anyway. Nothing special about it, it's just a little cheap brush. No. Right, now, oh yes, I still have this one here to work on. And that tree is the tiniest bit further away, so I'm going to make it a little bit not so dark. A little bit misty maybe. Let me see. Yeah. Let me see. Now the weird thing about it is that it's off. Tut tut tut. I'll bring it over a bit here. Bring it over a bit here. And now I have the work to get this blue sorted out. Tut 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 tut. And when I said it was off, I meant it's not matching in the lineup. Now that's a bit too bright, I think. Oh, for goodness sake, way too bright. But too bright and a bit too saturated, so desaturate it, darken it a touch, a little bit more red in it. And let me see where we are now. Now that's a bit better, still a bit too bright. Let me see now. That's a bit better. Just getting that to work in a bit. Okay, now I'm going to soften these edges forthwith in a momento. Okay. Now I'll get another little brush, a little makeup brush, and I will just ruin the edges on both of these here, just all along here. Just get that all soft. Right, okay, now I saw something that I meant to, oh yes, the base of the tree here. Right, so let's see now. The base of the tree. And I want the tree to be a good wee bit thicker, the trunk of it too. So I do. And I will do that now. Okay, so on both sides. Slightly wider at the base. Coming up into the tree. And let me see now. I don't like the shadow. I think it's a bit too dark. I'm just going to lighten it by just gently removing it. And it'll just be the ever so slightly lightened. And that should do it, I think. Now, while I'm here, I'm going to whiten, put a little bit of white in the sky here, just a touch. Just a little spot that I can use in the water here. I'll probably put it around about here. Now that and a touch of yellow, barely noticeable. A little bit of liquid. Keep dipping in a little less white just till I get the tone that I'm after. And now I say if I run this here, yeah, just there, not too much, spread it across. I will work it in, and then I will, once I have this worked in, I will go over it again with another same color. Once I have this worked in, same color, but because it will show up brighter, if you see what I mean in a moment. Just working this in. Okay. Now you already can see that it's a touch brighter. So, and then one last one right in the center of it here. I maybe have to redo it if I work it in too much, which I may well do. I'll just go around the edges to begin with. Very nice and gentle. There now. I've overdone it. So I'll redo it. I'll just go in with it this time with some pure white. Okay. So let me see. All right. Now, I will soften these edges, just touching them, folks. Just touching them. There we go. Now, what I want to do is I want to scumble a little bit of brightness into the water. Just directly beneath it, just about here. Now, that's not scumbling, that's painting. Whew, we're going to take a bit more off this brush, okay. Just, let me see. Yes, that can be seen, okay. Sometimes, when you take a step back, you're wondering if what you're doing can be seen, can be noticed. And yes, this time it can be. And I barely just want you to just see it and no more. I don't want this to be too apparent, and that's just about that slight tone brighter. Now I'm not happy with this water around this here. So if I'm not happy with it, I fix it. That's the nature of it. All right, just in and around here. Let me see, and yeah, just not happy with that reflection. This reflection here. So I'm going to gently paint over it. Some of it anyway, not all of it. But I don't want it to be too saturated. Let me see, am I happier? I'm happier with that now, yes. Right. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do up in the house and up and around this area here. The house is the main part. I'm just going to work in down around here for now. So, have I used both of mine? I have, yes. Right. So I'll put in some darks down in the base here. Let me see. Yep, that's dead on. A little tiny bit darker. A little bit of blue in it, ultramarine blue. Just a touch. all I'm doing is just scraping this on. I want it lovely and rough down in here. Oh, look, you can barely, look at that, that's just scraped on. Nice, really nice effect. Okay, now, pum 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 pum. She drives me crazy. Oops. Yeah, it'll be all right. But I just been myself. Now I think I want some. I think I want some life in the water here. Now I don't mean fishies, I just mean mosses and grasses and whatnot. And I maybe put in a couple of posts. I don't know. Like a fence post or something, just to get the idea of reflections there. Now look at that there. See that blue? That's too blue for me. Don't like. I don't know if I like it or not, and I suspect that I don't. So I'm just going to lighten it a touch. Now, coming in with clean hands, or more specifically a clean finger. I will rub this in. No, I don't have a clean finger. Let me see. No, I do not. Let me see. Here, just this one here. That's a bit better. A bit brighter in certain areas. Not so bad. Okay, right. So let us create this here. Let me see now. Okay. Now this area here needs a touch brighter. And I shall show you now. Just as a scumble on. Just lay that on, folks. Let the brush, let the brush do the work, folks. So, now apart from the house, we're getting there. Nice and rough there, folks. Right, now let's focus on getting, as I said, some life in this in this water. And life of grasses and mosses and whatnot. So let's see here. Don't want it too dark at this stage. So I'm just going to drag this across. Actually, I changed my mind. I'm going to dab it across. Okay, and the same here. Still a little island, as it were, of grasses. Okay. Right. A little bit of a red one for a change, just down in the darker area here. Let me see now. A bit of an orangey. Patch. Okay. Now, there's still a bit of work to do on this, but I've just noticed that I want to make sure that I'm doing it here too. This is important. Just up at these edges here, just breaking them up, bringing them down into the water a touch. So there's a sense of roughness there, a sense of reflection. Okay, and using, oh, too much black, way too much black. Just wipe it off, and just gently dab, and then the edges again. And then coming down and doing the same job down here. A little bit darker in certain areas. Okay. And same here, just a wee flick up and then a wee flick down. That creates a small reflection of grasses. No. Now, edges, or not edges, sorry, what am I talking about? I'm talking nonsense to you folks. Right, what am I talking about? Oh, well, I'm talking about edges. Anyway, the edge of this here, just scumbling this, making this rough. There we go. Oh, a few grasses up in there, just to rack that edge of it. You don't really want very straight edges on a landscape. No, I'm not entirely happy with that. So I'm just going to get a dry brush here, folks. Nothing special about it. I'm just going to rack it up. Actually, I need a more rough one than that. I want one that has a bit of a roughness to it. And can I find one? Yeah, this will really beat up. It's almost not there. Oh, it's just. That's a bit better. We just wasn't happy with it there, folks. There we go. Now, so I'm going to have a wee look here before I don't want to work on the house until I happy with everything. And I'm not entirely there yet, but I'm getting there. I am getting there. So let me see here. Too bright, too bright. And I'm still on this old, really beat up brush, because all I'm going to do here is just drag this across. Now it's too dark and it's picking up, it's dropping off too much. So let me see now. Again, it's still a bit too dark. So let me see. That's a bit better, yes, indeed. Okay. Okay. Yes, I think the house is on now. So I think the house is on. Okay, so I'm going to hit the stop button here when I sort my brushes out, and I'll be back in a momento, folks. Alright, now all I was doing there, folks, was just getting the smallest brushes that I can do this job with. Okay. Well, and all I was doing there was testing such a thing. Now, straight in. No fussing, no hussing. Now, a little bit of liquid on it. I want this to be a nice sharp edge on the brush, which I am not really achieving, but I might get away with it, so I might. So let me see. I think I'm getting away with it for now. Okay, and then over here. Now, what I want to do with that is to draw that down in, so that, and I'll do that with a dry brush, a smallish dry brush. Okay, it's just another little makeup brush. Just softening that edge. There we go. Now what I'm doing is I'm just taking a moment to have a little look. Right, I have to be cognizant as to not get my brushes mixed up here. So I'm pushing that all to the side. And now, tiniest bit of cadmium red. Oops. Goodness me, I said tiny, but okay. And a little bit of blue. Blue grays a lot of things out, so it does. Okay. Okay, now same again with this dark overhang of the roof. Just laying it in and then going to draw it down. And the same along here. All right. Now I want a nice dark area in here. I'm gonna go almost jet black on this. So I'm just not quite, but almost jet black. Now, is this brush too big? I think it is this way anyway. Right in the corner of this little L-shaped house. Okay, now, same again. I just want to brush this up a touch here. Soften these edges here. All right. That's good. Right, now I am going to work. Oh, I need to fix this area up in here before I do anything. I don't want to be having to fix the roof of the house later because I couldn't be bothered working on this area now. So let me just see how dark that is. I'm okay with that. Nice and gentle. And just working that in, making it look like the edges of a tree or a bush, sorry. There we go. All right, all right, all right, all right. Ooh. Right, now, same again on the side gable here, or the side of the house, I'm not sure. Oh, I missed. Okay, now I think it's a bit too dark, but I'm not quite sure at the minute. So I'm going to just carry on as if nothing happened. Do, 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 do. Okay. And I will make the same mistake going down the side here. And hopefully it wasn't a mistake. All right, now the roof, the actual roof. So I want it a bit brighter than what I have it here. Bit of blue in it. Bit of red. With that old slate color. Let me see now, I think that's the same tone. Exactly the same tone. Okay. A little bit brighter. Nice and sharp. And just go in here. Now, just having that caution, a little bit cautious. Don't want to slip at the wrong time. So, just being a little bit cautious. Okay, Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay. Now, I want some of the light shining on that part of the roof. Some of the major sky part there. So a little bit of a brighter tone here. Now, not too much. Not too bright. But still, bright enough. Okay, now this little roof here too, I want it a little bit darker than what I have there. Or not what I have there, than what I'm putting on this side of the roof. Still a little bit darker. Yeah, it's not much darker, is it? No. Okay, so do the normal, just there we go. It broad brings it back a little bit. And let me see now. All I have to do, folks, is cover up some of the red here that's been left out, and I'll do that with this here. Actually, I want a bit brighter down the side here, just as a little like a post type thing, you know, so that it's not all the same. Now, I don't like this that I have just seen. That gable, I'm going to take a good bit of this, not a good bit, I'm going to take a bit of this gable off here. Right, okay, I'm using all the wrong words here, so bear that in mind. I don't mean gable, I mean the side of this house here. I just thought it was a bit too dark. Same with this here. No, that's a bit better. But it needs sorting is what it needs. Nice and sharp edge here. Okay, that's good. And now the same down the other side, only not so bright. All right. Now, kind of almost here, folks, almost here. I just want to make sure these wee holes here are, these wee doors and whatnot are playing their part. Now, do I want a chimney on it? I don't think so. I don't think I need any more artifice on it. Artifice, yeah, I think that's the right word. Okay, folks, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little step back here. You can come with me Now I'm going to lighten this a little bit. I think the just a bit. I think that's closer to it. And let's go for a walk here, and we'll see where we are. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's nice. Nice wee moody landscape with a wee, excuse me, with a wee small house off in the edge. So that one will do. I'm happy with that. It's a nice one. Okay, now let's get all of this tape off, and hopefully you'll like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. It helps a bit, you know. If you're interested in painting, these are free lessons, and well, they're bound to help you somewhat, you know. And if you subscribe, then you get to see them when they pop up. Anyway, right, folks. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. Bye for now.